Hello. We're going to get started. Felicia is still sick. Hi, Felicia. I hope you're there. Um, she's really got it. It's not bad, not good. But it's good she's not here because we don't want it. Thank you very much. Okay, good morning. I am Fran Spivey Weber, Vice Chair of the State Water Board. Today is Thursday, December the 17th. At 9:02 a.m. And I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing board members. With me today are my colleagues to the left, Dee Diadamo, and to my right, board member Tam Doduk, and to her right, board member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, would you introduce the staff?
Thank you. I'll introduce first Karen Turgovich, the Chief Deputy Director, who's at her last board meeting. And then beside her is John Bishop, the other Chief Deputy Director, and Michael Lawford, Chief Counsel, and assisting the board today are Janine Townsend and Courtney Tyler.
Thank you. And emergency procedures, even on Karen's last day. She may be the one running especially on Karen's last day, right? But she cannot leave until the end of this whole meeting. Okay. Look around and identify your exits. There are 3 of them. Identify the ones closest to you, and in the event of a fire alarm, we're required to gather up our valuables and evacuate the room immediately. We, the staff, will evacuate to Cesar Chavez Park, which is across the street. Now, as we learned yesterday, not only is there a Starbucks across the street from Cesar Chavez Park going west, but there is a cafe on the east that serves Pete's. So and there's Temple. So you've got lots of choices. And Insights, that's right. But if you really want to know when to come back, stick with us. Please obey all traffic signals and be careful when crossing the street. Also, this meeting is being webcasted. I should be much more serious because of that, and recorded. So please speak into the microphone when you come up. And last but not least, turn off your phones, beepers, whatever. And now, I think I should call on Mr. Howard for an unscheduled special event.
Thank you. We wanted to take every opportunity possible to embarrass Karen as many times as we could before she leaves. She made quite a deal about talked quite a bit about not having anything special as a result of her leaving, so we've decided to ignore her directions, and we have a party for her on January 6th over at Blueprint. I think it's the 6th. Of course, we had a nice dinner, and then there's all sorts of, everyone's taking Karen out to eat nowadays. Just to say a few words, I had a legislative resolution that we wanted to give Karen, and so I thought I'd say a few words. The resolution actually goes through some of her work experience, and it's really quite a detailed, quite a bit of diverse experience. She's much like Felicia, I imagine. She either is a person who everybody wants to work for them, or she's a person who can't keep a job, but she's one of the two anyway. But just in her management experience here in state government, she's been the Deputy Director for Waste Prevention and Market Development at the California Integrated Waste Management Board, Division Chief for the Emergency Response and Special Projects, and Division Chief for Site Mitigation, both at the Department of Toxic Substance Control. She was the Director of the Office of Research Planning and Performance here at the State Board, and then became Chief Deputy Director. So a number of management, large amount of management experience. And of course, people just walk out the door with all that experience and leave us in the lurch. But anyway, I
Gonna come
wanted
back.
to also cover.
You don't know this, but she's coming back next year to organize the holiday party again. So
That would be an excellent opportunity. So anyway, I wanted to cover a couple things she's worked at here. When she first came, she was working at ORP, and she worked on the strategic plan. You know, Karen has often told me that those were the most pleasant days of her life, and that her one regret was that she didn't have the opportunity to, develop the newest version of the strategic plan. So, that's unfortunate, but we didn't get to it.
Few words, retired annuitant.
He obviously has been developing and updating, working on the update of the Bay Delta Plan, which has been going on for quite a while, but we're starting to make some more progress. She was the lead person in water rights and in much of the activities on the drought that we've been dealing with, the historic drought we've been dealing with over the last 4 years. And lately, as you just got from the meeting on Tuesday, she's been the leader in the statewide water conservation regulations. And those are all pretty substantial accomplishments here at the board. On a personal level, she's been great fun to work with, incredibly competent, and it's always a pleasure to have her around, and I'll miss her very much. She's a great asset to the board. It's a shame she's leaving. I wanted to have the opportunity to have all the senior managers here get a picture with Karen. It's unfortunate that Nancy isn't here too. So I invited as many as could come. I don't know if any of them had any additional comments they wanted to make, or if you just want to have a picture at this point, but I guess Karen, reading the resolution, it covers most of the things that we were discussing. And if anyone else has any comments, feel free to come up and briefly make a few comments.
I'll try to keep this brief. I just want to say a couple things. First of all, I'm really sad to see Karen go because while I have nailed the pronunciation of her last name since I met her, I still, up until the last month, would have to do autocorrect or autocomplete on Outlook to make sure that I was spelling it correctly in a memo. Karen's been a tremendous asset. I'm going to harken back to when, unfortunately, Dorothy retired a few years ago, and a comment that I made there about one of her greatest legacies when she joined the board, coming over from DTSC to become our executive director, was bringing Karen over to head the Office of Research, Planning, and Performance for us, because Karen did a tremendous job in a newly created office, fashioning it into something that truly became an asset for the board. And then as chief deputy, I'm going to be very sad to see her go because of all the reasons Tom indicated, but also Karen is the one that keeps the wheels on the bus. There is so much that is moving through this organization, and all of us are tapped, especially with the last 2 years of drought response and some of the unusual and extraordinary efforts that the board has been undertaking. And stuff still needs to get done. And Karen's not only been shepherding through all these incredible, important projects, but just the day-to-day stuff that has to go through the executive office. Karen's been instrumental. And Eric, those are enormous shoes to fill in that regard. The final thing, and I can't believe Tom didn't say it, Karen is part of our executive team. And there's one attribute that she has that the rest of us just don't have, and that's the happy gene. And so we're working on gene transplants for Eric to fill that role. But in the meantime, Karen, I will miss you on a personal level tremendously. You've been great for the board, great for us in the legal office, great for the divisions that are underneath you, and great for the people of the state of California. So, all the best.
So I've known Karen for a long time. Prior to this job, I was the executive officer for the LA Regional Board. And when I took over that position, some of my senior management came and said, we really have a lot of difficulty working with DTSC, and you need to do something about that. And so I thought that my job was to call a meeting. I called a meeting and met with Karen. And I said, I don't understand what your problem is. Karen is fabulous. We got along great. We divided up all the work between the two agencies that had been a problem for years. And so I was very happy when I took this position that at the same time Karen took the position at ORPP. And then when she took over as the other chief deputy, it gave us the opportunity to get to know each other better and to dance together. I will miss you a lot, Karen.
So I worked for Karen for 5 years now, and as such, the words "keep it simple, don't spend." So I was just saying, I worked for Karen for 5 years now, and because of that, I'll just use this. The words "keep it simple, don't spend a lot of time on it" are forever ingrained in my mind. And with that in mind, I will be short here. I just wanted to say, Karen, you brought just tremendous innovation and leadership to the boards. For that, we're all, really thankful. For me personally, you've been a mentor. I've learned more from you probably than you'll ever realize. I want to personally thank you for that. And, I'm sad that you're leaving. We're certainly going to miss you. They say nobody can be replaced. I think you're going to test that theory. You're certainly, this place is not going to be the same without you. And we'll miss you. At the same time, I'm so happy for you, excited for you. I know that your adventurous spirit as well as your adventurous husband are going to take you to some just amazing places. And you've got a lot to look forward to. Thank you. Congrats. Have fun. Thanks.
Don't know what to do with it, actually. It's not a nose you can put on. Karen, I think Michael is obviously not paying attention because he hasn't picked up on the true thought. It isn't that you have a special gene to be happy. It's that I'm really pleased you're coming back in January because I want you to take off your head and then put it aside because you cannot be human. So, I don't know anyone who can maintain such a positive attitude with so much going on, to be able to track as many things as you do, to be as positive, as happy, to have as good a memory as you do on all the bits and pieces that are flying through the air. So I'm truly looking forward to when you unveil your true personality and your true being. Maybe it's a Star Wars thing going on, but I can't imagine anyone else can handle as much as you have handled all these years. So you've done a terrific job. Thank you.
Pam wants to say something, but why don't we all come up and get a picture?
I just quickly say something before everyone start. Karen, yes, Karen and I have known each other a very long time. She reminded me over dinner the other night how long it was, and I will not share that with all of you. But amongst all the many things that have been said today about the tremendous contribution Karen's made, not just to the government, but to the water boards, one that is nearest and dearest to my heart is the performance measures. When I was appointed way back when, in my very first letter to Senate Rules on confirmation, when I had to express my goals for the board and being on the board, I said that my ultimate goal was to shift us into a performance-based organization, and that was built around the idea of developing performance measure, performance report, and developed around the idea of developing an Office of Research Planning and Performance. All of those things was just dreams that I had, goals and visions, and it took Karen and everyone else, but Karen was the power, the drive, the commitment, the person who actually made it happen, and you will always have a very special place in my heart for that. But I do have to share a story. My first year on the board, was it first or second? Well, it was many years ago, when I was chair, actually. Even then, I knew I wanted Karen here at the board, and an opening opened up. I invited her to lunch. I paid for her lunch. I begged her to come to the board, and she turned me down. And I kept trying. There's that saying, if you don't succeed, try again, and I did. And to my tremendous satisfaction, yes, but also gratitude when we hired Dorothy Rice, our wonderful former executive officer, I got a 2-for-1 in that Karen came along as well. And that was a tremendous lift, I think, for all of us, tremendous team at the right time to put a lot of things into motion. And once again, I'm just so happy that you finally saw the light and joined the water board, Karen, but also very grateful for everything that you've done. Thank you.
So I sent an email to a number of people. I'd appreciate if you come on up. These are our senior managers, and I thought we'd get a picture with them and then maybe one with the board and the exec staff.
No, Michelle's next.
There's only one other person I know in state government who has the happy gene, and it has got to be Bill Croyle. So next we will hear the happy gene speak on the drought emergency. Come on up. Les, you're starting off, and then Bill. Okay. Les does not have the happy gene, right?
Well, I did, but now it's being
It's a
depleted.
nuanced gene.
You know that for the rest of the day, every speaker that comes out, I'm going to wonder if he or she has the happy gene. I'm looking at you, Mr. Herrick.
Okay, prove her wrong.
I just have a naturally frowny face, but the alternative is far worse because my wife will sometimes point that out, and then I put on my idiotic grin in public, which... So to start here with the drought update, Kathy Maroka and Amanda Montgomery, and I'm going to then talk about a few things. Then I will call up Department of Water Resources and USBR staff for the Delta-centric portion of the drought update. So I'll start with Kathy.
Okay, and so I'm the bearer of good news. At this time, there are no more curtailments in place. Last week, we were able to lift the curtailment on Scott River, and this week we lifted the Term 91 curtailment.
I'm going to Amanda Montgomery, and I'm going to give a short update on transfers. Usually this isn't our transfer season. That happens in the spring, but we did receive a transfer on December 15th from the United States Bureau of Reclamation. They are planning to temporarily modify 4 of their water rights for the Millerton Reservoir in the San Joaquin Basin. They are going to add points of rediversion at Bannock-Carbona Irrigation District and Patterson Irrigation District. And this will assist in the implementation of the San Joaquin River Restoration Program. The amount of transfer water that's involved is 76,069 acre feet. And we will notice the petition on or before December 28th. And depending on if comments are received during the public noticing period, we will act on the petition by either January 18th if no comments are received, or by February 8th if there are comments.
So first, just a few words on Mill Deer Antelope Creek. We have currently in place the orders with regard to minimum flows for Deer Creek and Antelope Creek, and operating under voluntary agreements for Mill Creek. We are planning to bring the renewing of the emergency regulations for those drought emergency fish flows on January 19th. Per request that was made at the last update, we have a meeting with some of the stakeholders in the area with board member Diodamo on January 4th, and that's all I have really for that. With regard to Russian River tributary emergency regulations, we're just in the process now of sending out ACLs in response, or for lack of response to the informational orders that were issued under the emergency regulation. Those are going to be going out in the next week or two. Just incidentally, it's not directly tied, I think I'd mentioned this last time, to the emergency regs, but one of the tributaries in the area, the Mark West Creek, is also one of the tributaries that is the subject of the California Water Action Plan, and there is actually a workshop going on there today in Santa Rosa with regard to that, and another one scheduled for January 26th. And we are in receipt of, and we're going to be processing the application for the 2016 drought emergency barriers. I think, as I mentioned last time, they have been pulled out, and I think we might hear some words from the department in terms of how salinity has responded in response to those having been pulled out. And was one other update, and this was actually a subject that came up at the board meeting on Tuesday. We did get the updated numbers for the Fish Passage winter run at Red Bluff, and the numbers are slightly higher than they were 2 weeks ago. They increased by about 42,000, so they're at 312,000 compared to last year at 411,000. So we're still trailing last year, but it's a little bit of a bump up from where it was.
Thank you.
With that, I'll ask Kathy and Amanda to depart and to be joined by Bill Croyle and John Lehi and Ron Milligan.
Right. Good morning, board members, many members of the audience, and those on the web. My name is Bill Croyle, with Chief Deputy Director for the California Department of Water Resources. So thank you for your kind words this morning. The last couple of years on drought is challenging my positive outlook, and I can't say enough about working with Karen on our quick conversations, looking for solutions all along the way during these last couple of years that I've worked with her. So it's really nice to hear those comments today and follow my desires to reflect those same comments. So congratulations, Karen. So today I'm going to start us off with our standard climate, weather, reservoir discussion. Then we'll turn over to project operations. So I have a number of slides, and so in the spirit of trying to stay positive, so I'm going to start kind of negative, maybe, with respect to drought, go to a more positive setting with current weather sets that are coming through and our changing hydrologic conditions, and kind of end where we are on our reservoirs. And so I think the idea here is, as we close out this calendar year, some of the climatic conditions, hydrology is changing, but I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to talk about, if necessary, where are we at in the kind of more global scheme of things. So with that, maybe I can grab the remote. I think we're up for questions on the fly too, if that's helpful. So here's the bad news part. From my perspective, again, this is December 8th post up on our drought on the West Coast. The most difficult part of this slide for me is we continue to have extreme drought conditions throughout the central part of California, and essentially over most of California has in some way continues to be negatively affected by our historic dry conditions. So, and we'll see a little bit more about some of the benefits we've seen in some of the hydrologic changes we've seen here recently, but again, we're still in a pretty deep hole, trying to both on surface and groundwater from my perspective as we work on the challenges that we have throughout the state on addressing and trying to minimize, mitigate the impacts of these historic drought conditions. El Nino, I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about this, but it is a major part of our discussion. Some of us do wear the drought/flood hat. And so, we do have these, in this bar chart where you see these big red lines up to 100% of probability of El Nino. Essentially, El Nino is here. We have probabilities 100%. So we do see historic warm water temperatures on the equator as forecast. They're existing, and in this slide suggests that the probability of those extreme weather conditions representing a strong El Nino will exist into the early or late winter, early spring. We do see in this forecast, though, that we're looking at going back to more neutral conditions, say late spring and early summer. Now, that being said, there's been an awful lot of dialogue, work on what does that mean for California primarily, but also looking at the West Coast, and we'll get a little flavor of some of that when we look at the next couple of slides. But again, we have these warm water conditions off the coast, so we have increased tide elevations. The expectation is as we get a little farther into the winter, we'll have more coastal impacts from our storm sets if they show up. And in addition to those flood threats, say we might have as we're going through El Nino. So this next graphic is something we've received from the National Weather Service as everyone is trying to anticipate, especially when it comes to flood preparedness and in some cases water supply, that is becoming so important in California is, well, when is the impact of these warm waters off our coast and the equator going to impact California on a hydrologic setting? So everyone's trying to tease out the historic strong El Ninos, and what does that really mean for California? So this is looking in history based on a number of these historic strong El Ninos month by month. And so the idea there is looking at historical data and, well, where did the storms track go and how much water did they produce? I have left copies of this slide in the back of the room so that if those that are interested, you can grab a copy of that and kind of look at it with respect to what has occurred in the past. So I threw this out here because part of the conversation is like what's going on now versus, is this the effect of El Nino? And so I think some of that is of much discussion, and there's an El Nino conference going on this week in San Francisco, again, where they're getting all the top climate people together, working on kind of teasing out what the impacts and what the expectations are as we move through this strong El Nino period and potentially moving into neutral conditions on the temperatures on the equator. And so this is observed precip in California this last week. And so the idea there is just kind of what has fell in California. So most of California did receive some kind of precip, which is great. The purple side, of course, is like 1/10 of an inch, so it's not a lot, especially when conditions continue to stay, in some areas of the state, warm, and then also dry. In the North Coast, we'll see a lot of bright colors in the North Coast, and that's where we've seen a lot of the weather that's come into the state and has produced quite a bit of rain. We've gone over flood stage on the Smith River here this last week that caused a number of road closures, evacuations, etc., but it's a fairly localized area. Again, this helps kind of get an idea of just how much rain is falling in different areas of the state. Central Valley down to a half inch to an inch on the valley floor. Part of the challenge that we have here with all the forecasting that we've been looking at with the series of storms coming through, the forecasts seem to be a little higher than what we're observing. And so some of us have spun up and got pretty ready for some pretty significant flood threats at the local level on these undammed tributaries, only to find that the ground is still dry, vegetation is still dry, and so there's a lot of that sucking that moisture up. Now with this last storm set, it's a little stronger, and we did see in some areas of the state start to see some runoff, and that's, I think, in part of the dialogue what we had with your staff with lifting Term 91 this last week. So, we appreciate the dialogue and the coordination and collaboration and just the, what options do we have and what impact that might have to our overall state water supply. In this case, how it relates to projects. Moving on. So I'm going to go through a series of slides. I'm going to try and go faster because we got a lot of slides here, but part of this, my message is just really see how these storms are being forecasted to come through the state. So to me, this set of a couple slides is representative of what we've seen over the last number of weeks. So it usually comes in from the Gulf of Alaska. These have been colder as they come through, which of course we like. We want to see the snowpack that we have stay. And so we do see these things come, a more typical wet weather pattern coming in from the Gulf of Alaska and bringing these storms. And so this is a time step through day 1, day 2, day 3, starting today. And so these are updated again on a forecast and 24-hour basis in this case. And so the next slide, so again, the purple is about a little about 1/10 of an inch. The green and yellow get up to about inch and a half. Here's day 4, day 5, day 6. And so we have, so this is the weekend, and we start to see a little bit more about early next week. So as we get into the holiday period. So again, I put these slides up here so we can kind of see how the typical storm track is coming through. So when we're looking at, where's the rain falling, is it above reservoirs, how it might affect the Delta, and then points south, Bay Area, Central Coast, and Southern California as it relates to, and one set water supply, but also flood threats, et cetera. Here's the forecast for this Thursday through Tuesday. And I put this slide up. Again, National Weather Service is a great partner in all of this. We're forecasting and working collaboratively with our partners out of Salt Lake, as well as here in Sacramento, the National Weather Service office. So we have lots of technical resources at our disposal to try to, get at and understand what's going on, as well as present that information in a way that's easy for all of us to understand. And of course, there's all kinds of other resources available to all of us. This is the kind of thing right now that we have a weather briefing at 10 for the agencies that we do out of this Joint State Operations Center with National Weather Service, River Forecast Center, DWR Hydrology, Flood Operations, and our projects are all meeting, present that on webcast so that we can stay on top of these things. Right now, those are weekly on Thursdays at 10 o'clock, but those will go to daily, more frequent if necessary once we get into stronger storm sets. But this is some of the information that we're providing. Again, this is same kind of graphic, a little bit different form on the QPF, but this is more of a statewide perspective. So again, we see a little bit of rain in Southern California. So I'll close out this part of the conversation with a comparison to what's been going on the West Coast. It's been really wet. We've seen some pretty significant rainfall, flooding, catastrophic flooding in the Portland area, points north. But so you look at observed precip since October 1, so beginning of the water year, on the left. The central slide is percent of normal precip since October 1. Okay, so the yellow, orange, red is below average. So getting back to the first drought slide, where we saw this huge, really dark red area, this slide, I think, helps kind of bring that home with regard to, well, where is the rain fallen and where is that with respect to average precip? So as the Central Valley, still on the pretty dry side. Southern California, you actually see we're down to 5 or 10%, right? So we still have, even though we really appreciate the weather we're getting, conservation is key. Managing our limited water supplies, again, is foremost on all of our minds and efforts. On the right side is kind of, again, a forecast looking forward through December 23rd, so that kind of pre-holiday traffic, points going north. So it's still going to continue to be wet, or forecast to be wet, throughout the West Coast, especially north of, say, the Redding area all the way to the Canadian border. So those are there's rain out there, a lot of rain, and so part of that is just where is that going to fall, in this case, over this next week. Any questions on the slide set so far? Hopefully this is helpful. If it's too much, let me know. So we're going to look quickly again at what's it going to look like. Here's the 6 to 10 day with temperature on the left. So this to me has changed a little bit on some of the models we've seen in the past. So this again is probability of average or below average or normal. And so this was just being forecast on a monthly basis to be warmer. So now we're back into, it could be below normal or above on temperature. So on the precip side, this to me is again a change condition. So this is now forecasting to be wet or above average, the probability of being above normal precip. And so that's also what the QPF is kind of showing us on those last couple slides. So here's the 8 to 14. Again, now what we see on the temperature side, we see some cold air coming in or being forecast for the probability of colder air coming in over California, that's good. So we want to keep the snow we have for our pack. And then again, the precip is changed a little bit as it's moving a little bit farther north. And so, but again, where it doesn't have that green color on the precip, that would be kind of normal conditions or the probability of normal rainfall during this period, kind of equal chances. And then our seasonal, this goes out to December, January, and February. So as we look back at, again, some of the historic El Nino graphics, what happened, what hasn't happened in history, this would be on our precip side, kind of when we kind of anticipate the wetter part of this particular climatic condition. So again, we're looking at the probability of it being warmer on the West Coast during this period, but also wetter, with wetter being more likely in Southern California. So I think that's from a flood ops or flood preparedness standpoint, so it's been kind of dry in Southern California. We anticipate the probability of having higher flood threats as we get into January, February, and March. And so a lot of the preparedness activities that we've been doing across the state, have been really focused on Southern California, especially when they don't have some of the reservoirs we do have for managing the regional flood control challenges. So we have reservoirs, which we'll talk about in just a minute. Here's our snow content. So as we're sitting here this morning, the 9 o'clock drought slide graphics just came out. So here, say statewide average is about 83%. That's now about 79. Again, as we move through the cycle. So it's adjusting a little bit because we've had a couple days since we've had some snow statewide. Here's our 8-station index. What I want to call to your attention is a little bit, in this particular region of the state, we've consistently been below average to date. So when we see the next couple, we're going to see that we start off a little higher, but now we'll see a couple bar charts that will start falling back low. But again, one of the things we've talked a little bit about, whether it's atmospheric rivers, the impact of those storm sets coming on California that we need, 4, 5, 6 of those, but also those vertical storms, we want to see those storms come in and produce that water, and those are going to come. So the little vertical jumps are those storms that are coming through the system. So here's the bar chart for the 8-station index. And this has been helpful as, again, one of these kind of lessons learned, trying to get it, and where are we from a month to month, what should we be expecting? And so that's part of the dialogue we've had with a number of different parties. So this graphic is now available as part of the drought slide set, but also available on the web. So again, this is being updated on a regular basis. And so the challenge is looking back at the previous graph, we haven't made average yet in any given month in this particular watershed, and again, one of the more important watersheds for our state's water supply. Here's the 5 stations, so Central Sierras. Now, again, we start off with a couple storms, brought us up above average, and now we're starting to fall off. We're pretty close to average, 95% as we move through. And again, this last year and the years before, we've seen some pretty low accumulations on rainfall in the past. We have taken some of the last year dry years off this graphic just to make it a little easier to pay attention. With the anticipation of additional rain in this, hopefully we'll stay closer to the average line or higher. Again, here's the bar chart. So we almost hit average in October, a little above average in November, and then in December, we're falling off. And again, that to me, we go back to where the storm sets are early in the season. We had some monsoon weather, some weather coming from the south. We haven't seen that now. Now we're seeing weather from the north. And I think we'll see that here in the 5 station, but also in the Tulare. So here's Tulare, similar track, right at 105% for the water sets, so just above the blue average line. And here's our bar chart for Tulare. Again, both October and November being above average, and now December being far below so far. Okay, here's our reservoir conditions. We'll go through our standard set of slides here. So we can talk more if necessary about some of our specific reservoirs, but we're pretty low across the state. Some are very low. We've now heard that some of the water supply systems that are on reservoirs are now being asked to pull off those reservoirs for other reasons. And so fortunately, some of the emergency response water supply projects, both the State Water Board, DWR, and others have been joined together and working with local agencies on, we'll be able to have those emergency water supplies in place before they need to stop taking water. Such as Lake Don Pedro Community Services District being one of the more challenging issues. But I think, again, multi-agency approach, done a good job putting those resources in play, and now we're going to need them. Shasta Reservoir. Lake Oroville. Folsom Lake, 45. San Luis Reservoir. Okay, that concludes my comments. We can turn over to John and Ron.
Good morning. John Lehi with DWR State Water Project Operations. I don't think there's any doubt whether or not I have that gene or not. It's. I perhaps have a gene. I perhaps have a gene that creates a dark cloud over my head. If I could just get that to produce some rain
cloud.
I'd be okay with that. So yeah, Bill just outlined. There's a lot of expectation, a lot of anticipation, a lot of hope for wet conditions for the remainder of this season. But as we sit here today, he also showed on the ground conditions. We are right in the middle of this drought. Is hitting us hard still as we sit here. So I think for example, on the storage charts that he just presented, Lake Oroville, if we were to show all of the traces for every single year, you would not find a year that was lower for Lake Oroville than we are sitting here today. So this is the lowest it's been for this date. This is a historic low. We reached a lower elevation at some point in 1977, but not for this date. And I think you'll find that's the case for most of the major reservoirs in the Sacramento Valley. So starting off with this below average as it relates to precip and certainly as it relates to runoff, I think that, so these storms that we did see, the forecasted runoff, the actual runoff that came in as a result was rather disappointing. We did see slight bump ups in the inflows into the Delta, for example, which is helping us out a little bit here now, but nothing near what we would expect to see. So just to talk a little bit, as Les had indicated, on where we are in salinity conditions in the Delta, So as a result of these dry conditions, we've seen what's probably historic low delta inflows as we've been going here through the fall. As you recall, the rock barrier was removed October. And we had, again, what was probably record low inflows in the delta. We did see, with the tidal conditions, we did see a pretty major salinity intrusion event. In fact, in some respects, it was, we had saw higher salinity conditions than we saw back in January of 2014. If you recall, that was after the 13 months of record dry precipitation. So we've been managing through this. We still have significant slug of salinity still in the interior. It's starting to now blend out with the slight increase that we've seen in the Sacramento River, so it's starting to dissipate a bit. But the responses, we did, prior to getting the bump up in the natural flows, we did make an increase in from the Oroville for about a week to 10 days before some of these natural flows started to pick up a bit. We did have the cross-channel gate operation with the gates open for the first half of December. And I think you'll probably find that the export rates this is probably the historic low export rates that we've seen in any combined export rates for any December. And so we're, as I said, things are starting to improve. I think you'll start to see our export rates start to inch up. If we do get this weather, as Bill had indicated, that should slowly build those inflows into the delta, improve the water quality conditions, and we should start to do something more of a normal type export regime. So we're hopeful for that. So that's just kind of a summary of where we are as we sit here today on the project operations as it relates to the delta.
Thanks. That helps put those graphs on the reservoir levels in the proper context with the preceding precipitation for this fall. And I've also read about how San Francisco is on the verge of its driest calendar year of all time, just in the area where I'm from. But as we look at this, I'm curious, because we hear a lot about the project reservoirs during these updates and that sort of thing. How has the recent precipitation, even though it's more like average or a little below average, how has it affected the reservoirs that are upstream of the project reservoirs? Do you have any sort of qualitative description of, that story? Is it any different? Is it starting to gain momentum with more soil saturation?
Yeah, I think that, so the reservoirs, I could speak to, I guess, on the Feather. Lake Almanor, by far the largest upstream reservoir on the Feather Basin. It's definitely, on the lower side going into this year. I don't think it's catastrophically low. I don't think they're reaching record lows. So it's somewhat stabilized. They're certainly operating on the low side. We've started to see some real response to the latest set of storms. So we didn't, until this last week, we really didn't see any significant response on runoff. But within the last week, we're starting to see that turn around. So that's affecting the upstream watershed. And in addition, we started to turn the corner on Oroville. We've gained maybe 20,000 acre feet or so since what's probably our low point about a week ago.
Ron?
Yeah, I'm Ron Milligan. I'm with the Bureau of Reclamation. I think I'll just add on to what John was saying. I think the other dynamic in play, which is hopefully a harbinger of good things to come, is those upstream reservoirs in the Sierra watershed are higher up, and they're probably more susceptible to what is happening with the snow line. So we've had some colder storms. And we've actually have probably way more snowpack now, although it's very low compared to what we saw for most of last year. So that's a kind of payment to come, so to speak, with those reservoirs. They are picking up a little bit. I think a number, and I'm hoping it's right, Bill, we saw the numbers about precip, and let's say it's an 85% of normal, but runoff's more like 35 to 40% of normal. So it's kind of an exponential thing. The dry conditions, kind of the seasons past part of the program here is that we've had 4 really dry years, and the cumulative effect of that has created quite a deficit in terms of the overall runoff of both the Sacramento and even more pronounced on the San Joaquin. In terms of a 4-year average of runoff, worse now than we saw even back in the, certainly in the late 80s, early 90s drought period. And in the San Joaquin, we're probably in the worst in terms of a 4-year average running in terms of some of these years. So this is not an insignificant or very narrowly defined period of time. We're seeing the effects of quite a bit of dry conditions over a pretty long extended period. And it's taken its toll both on the storage, all the storage elements you would typically see. Surface storage, whether it's the projects or otherwise, groundwater storage, and just whether it's soil profile or just indentations in the ground, old mine shafts, you name it. There's a lot of buckets to fill up in the mountains to get us moving. So hopefully the El Nino component of this can't get here soon enough.
So do you have any modeling on this? When would you expect things to turn around if things track? Just taking the past, continuing the trend on precipitation. Specifically on the issue of runoff.
Yeah, this is the harder part. Hydrology in this arena is very statistical based. So usually our experience of the past, we can extrapolate that to a bit. But now we're in a part where that's not a solid line, that's kind of a dashed line we're extrapolating. So to some degree, we're into some uncharted areas, and there's not a lot of experience in the record to help us in this regard. And it's not the type of thing that you can calibrate some models to. So what we're trying to see is a marker or a trace that would say, as we get some rainfall, are we going to see something that then would say that runoff response is something in our past experience to say we're kind of back into a place where we may be able to track our way out of this. I think what John was referring to is the last 2 waves of the storm we saw this over the last week. Ordinarily, you would have seen a greater response to the rivers. So if you take a station like Bend Bridge, for example, in the Sacramento, we would have expected, particularly the second wave, a little bit more of a bump up. And even though that expectation was dampened down considerably, we got more or less what we thought we might get as a forecast for the rainfall, but the runoff aspect of it was disappointing. So I think we're going to continue to see that for at least a couple more storms. And then we might see, oh, this is reminiscent of previous drought periods, and we can then have a better chart.
I'd like to just add some flavor, some numbers also as it relates to the Delta. For the last 2 weeks, the combined project exports, the state and federal, have been less than 600 CFS, and I think they just bumped up a bit to 700 CFS. And as you may recall, a benchmark that we've talked about, for the last year or two has been that 1,500 CFS minimum health and safety. Of course, it's been much lower than that because we're operating to meet for salinity management. So combined with those very low exports, even though we had in this storm now inflow on the Sacramento side bumped up over 10,000 CFS, and net delta outflow is also over 10,000 CFS. So those are some pretty high numbers, and yet exports are low because of that tenuous salinity management in the delta, which is now going to be affected also because they've just closed the delta cross-channel gates. And that's one of the reasons I'm mentioning that as well. If we don't get the storms that we see coming here, it's been contemplated that they would need some adjustment from those requirements in terms of delta cross-channel gate closure to continue with salinity management with what we have in place. And correct me if I'm wrong, with what we have in place right now and with the storms that are forecasted, it looks like we should be okay. But if those storms all of a sudden evaporate into something less than some of the previous ones had. It's just a heads up that then that salinity management is tenuous. So I don't know if you have any comments on that.
A couple pieces of that are interesting. One is, state project is actually taking water out of San Luis. The mildly, hopeful part of Bill's slides where we were seeing a little hint of an uptick at Shasta, Oroville, Folsom. But you saw a pretty good drawdown still at San Luis, and for mid-December, that's fairly uncommon. And so there are some demands, particularly as dry as it's been in Southern California. And we've been, although overall demands are down, still a very, very difficult. We're obviously very concerned with the fishery aspect of the gate, cross-channel gate being open or closed. We've got our high tides that, probably coming next week, and hopefully we get enough weather to kind of help offset that. If that is, less said, turns out to be something that has a lot of wind but not a lot of runoff with it, then I think we're going to have to sharpen our pencil and see if there is a salinity management component that we need to go back and think about a strategy and look at where the fish monitoring is at, as well as just what our expectations are about salts. But we've got some salts in the system. We've got to figure out how best to work those out. And some of those are just going to have to get worked out through the project. It's really difficult to blend, and San Joaquin River flows are still pretty low, so that's not going to help push from the south either.
I'm sorry.
Quick question. And now we can talk. The ex parte restrictions have been lifted, so I'll probably just ask for a meeting with more detail. But turbidity bridge planning in anticipation of conditions that would be triggered under the BIOP. Are you having discussions like you did last year on turbidity bridge planning in order to avoid greater challenges on water supply?
The answer is yes. Obviously, last year with the really intense storms we had at the very beginning of December, that turbidity bridge question was like on top of us. And although we had been thinking about it in the earlier parts of the fall last year, we were right in the midst of trying to figure out how to deal with that and best work with it. Again, the runoff that we're seeing right now in the response to storms is not necessarily the first data that I look at in the morning off of CDEC, because that's not really the driver right now. But we are giving it a lot of thought. And obviously, there's still a lot of monitoring going on in the Delta from a smelt perspective to see when, part of this is a queuing to see when we may see some migration from the bay into the North Delta for both longfin and Delta smelt. Haven't seen much action there either just yet. So both of these things seem to be on the low part of the burner, but we are doing our due diligence in terms of what we'll be monitoring, what's our lead time, giving some thought with some modeling if there's operationally things we could be doing that will put us into a better position going forward. But it hasn't been there's a part of me that I sure like to be more into that mode, but we're not quite there yet. We're still in the, battling the salinity. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I'll just add a little bit to that. Certainly we continue to be mindful of that, and we have had check-in calls with, agencies, fishery agencies included, to be prepared to look at that kind of management as we did last year in the event that it occurs. I think one of the things that's happened is these storms are very spaced out. We haven't seen a very intensive event that would be more likely to create the big spike in inflow, which would take the turbidity with it. Even these storms that are forecasted, there's nothing, even it's over a number of days. There's a little bit in the forecast for each day, but there's no real intensive storms in there. So right now, there's nothing that gives an indication that we would be battling the turbidity issue as we sit here today. But of course, that can change, that can turn around on a dime. But from what we're seeing right now, it doesn't appear that we're going to see those types of conditions anytime soon.
Thank you. If you can stay there just one second, we have one blue card. Thad, where are you? There you are. I was looking for you. Thad Bettner.
Thank you for the time, and I
3
apologize
minutes.
for not being at your meeting or your workshop on the TUCP a couple days ago. Appreciate Michael and Tom's changes to TUCP and that effort last minute. Just want to maybe touch base and maybe follow up about some of the comments here. First, just looking back 2015 a little bit and maybe just talk about where we are at this point in time. Just want to let the board know that we coordinated operations very closely with the Bureau, the fishery agencies, and I know we're not seeing quite the response from a salmon standpoint that we would have liked to hope to see. We did operate per plan and nailed all the numbers that we did. We also this fall worked with the Bureau and the fishery agencies to put out about enough water out for bird habitat for about 50,000 acres. Also know that this year being dry, just not a lot of water was available for habitat land, so we worked with the Bureau to shift some of the water that we still had left available from October and move that into November, December to better time it for birds. So that was a big effort with the Bureau. And again, all that water we scheduled very closely. Just as it relates to storms, I think we were a little also disappointed about some of the runoff numbers, but up in our area, we saw winds of 40 to 60 miles an hour. So a lot of that, the clouds and storms that came through blew right over the valley and hit the mountains. So we actually see a lot of the precipitation as being up there in snow versus rainfall dropped on the floor of the valley. But this latest storm that we got last weekend, we are starting to see some runoff. I think the valley floor is finally wet enough to where we're going to see generation of flows in the Sacramento River, as well as we're starting to see a lot of turbidity as well. So we're seeing a lot of fish move. Winter run salmon are finally moving out of the system. So Les did report on some numbers. I'm not sure what that day was, but at our fish trap, we've seen counts go from 1 to 2 through to where we're seeing 50 to 60 fish a day over last week. So we see a big move on fish. Certainly interested to see that 2014 winter run spawn late. So they could have moved in December last year as well, but we have no data for December. So a little bit disappointment there. Looking forward, I know there was some comments about trying to plan for this next year. Just to let you know, we're committed to working with the Bureau. We've already started some initial meetings and with National Marine Fisheries Service to try and look at different flow criteria, different locations, different standards we want to try and meet under different hydrologies. So we're committed to doing that from a settlement contractor perspective, looking at how our diversions could help. But I think one ask we would have for you, for Tom, it would be just to try and set up a venue that we can have better discussions this coming year. We tried to work closely with the Bureau, which we did. We tried to come and see your staff. That was challenging. I can tell you the Sacramento River Temperature Test Group is not a functional group, and that is set up under your 90-5. And we're left out of those conversations. So a lot of the conversations happened that we were not part of, and just would really appreciate trying to get and identify a better venue to go through those operational scenarios and decision making, so we're not having to do things last minute, nor do you and your staff have to do things last minute. So we'll be sitting down with Tom and trying to come up with some creative ideas. So I just want to thank you for making these comments.
I'd just like to jump in here. I think we all landed on Tuesday that more collaboration is better between the agencies, but also with the larger stakeholder communities, NGOs, water users, and bring everybody in. And I believe, Mr. Loeffler, we included the temperature management plan in that requirement for stakeholder collaboration. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, and thank all of you for this presentation. We will take a break for about, let's say 15 minutes, and we'll come back at 20 after 10, and then we will move forward. Okay, we're reconvening. I have an opening statement to read that is longer than I would like, but nevertheless, here we go. The State Water Board will now hold a public board workshop to hear public comments on a draft emergency regulation for measuring and reporting the diversion and use of water. This workshop was noticed on the State Water Board's calendar on December the 3rd of this year. The revised notice for this workshop allowed written comments to be submitted by noon today. As stated on the revised notice, no board action will be taken today. The purpose of this workshop is for board members and staff to hear further comments on the current draft regulation. The comments received today will be considered in preparing a final regulation scheduled to be presented to the board at a board meeting on January the 19th next year. People wanting to comment today should fill out a blue speaker card available in the back of the room and provide it to the clerk of the board. To ensure a productive and efficient meeting in which all participants have an opportunity to participate, I will set a time limit on commenters. Haven't figured that one out yet, so we'll see how many cards there are. No less than 3 minutes. On June the 24th, 2015, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 88, sections 15 through 18 of SB 88, established reporting and measurement requirements for a substantial number of diverters. State Water Board staff estimates approximately 12,000 water rights holders and claimants are affected by the measurement requirement of this legislation. Senate Bill 88 allows the State Water Board to adopt an initial emergency regulation to implement the reporting and measuring requirements that may go into effect on or after January 1st, 2016, and remain in permanent effect. The board's potential adoption of the initial emergency regulation is exempt from CEQA. The legislation requires the State Water Board to include the following two main new requirements. Annual reporting by statement holders and persons authorized to appropriate water under a permit, license, registration, or certificate for livestock stock pond use. That would be small domestic, small irrigation, or livestock stock ponds. And secondly, measurement of diversions for 10 acre-feet of water or more per year. Before developing a draft regulation, staff of the State Water Board has held technical and public outreach meetings to receive public input. In the last 2 months, staff has held public meetings in 5 regions of the state and received valuable input on key issues. Staff has also provided information on a State Water Board website to keep stakeholders informed. The State Water Board staff used the input from the meetings to shape the draft regulation that was released for public comment and review prior to this workshop. Now, Kathy Morocco will make a staff presentation, and following that presentation, we will take your comments. Kathy.
Good morning. I'd like to introduce the team that's up here with me today. I have Nathan Weaver from Office of Chief Counsel and Paul Wells, who's our technical support on this item. And in the audience, we have Michael George, who's our Delta Water Master and part of this team effort. With that, I'd like to briefly state that the measurement requirements are going to replace existing requirements for permit and license holders for diversions, including combined diversions greater than 10 acre-feet, unless there are more stringent requirements in the permit or license. And these requirements would also replace existing requirements for statements of water diversion and use for diversions, including combined diversions greater than 10 acre-feet. And you could no longer claim not locally cost-effective as a basis for not measuring diversion. About 70% of the statement holders today don't measure their water diversion and use, and they use not locally cost-effective as the basis for that. On the flip side of the coin, we have areas in the state, such as the AB 2121 policy area, where there's very stringent measurement requirements. And so this regulation kind of goes between those two sets of conditions, real strict requirements in some areas and a lack of reporting in other program areas to create a much more level basis for the measurement requirements. So what's the current problem? Current requirements do not capture timely, accurate data on water diversion and use, and we need that data in order to evaluate water supply conditions in each watershed. We need to determine how far water supplies can be expected to stretch. We need to determine whether there is water available for diversions, and we also need to support the priority system of water rights. So we need current and accurate information on how much water is being diverted. And a lot of the problem today is our rainfall and snow accumulation patterns vary widely across the state. So while you may have an adequate water supply in one region, there can be a critical water shortage situation occurring in another region. And especially when you look to smaller watersheds, they're much more sensitive to the current events that are occurring in their local area, and you can have a much more dramatic issue in a small watershed than a larger watershed that may show more dampening due to reservoirs and other storage activities. So what's new? So the governor signed into law SB 88, which improves and extends measurement regimes to water diversions of 10 acre-feet or more per year. The law requires that water diverters begin measuring as soon as January 1st, 2016, so right after Christmas. But when we looked at this, our proposal is to extend that date, and we'll be talking more about that in just a moment. So what are the benefits? Well, it will increase understanding of water use through more accurate measurement. It will improve water rights administration and transparency of records, and provide more accurate data on available water supplies. It will also assure compliance with the quantity and season limitation of existing water rights, will protect senior rights in accordance with priorities, and provide for efficient management and use of water during times of shortage. In addition, it will help us to improve our forecasting of water demand. So the law has two primary components: reporting of water use and measurement of diversions. So we have done a lot of outreach effort, and I was pleased to see in today's crowd that we have people from a number of these different outreach efforts. So October 6th, we had an initial stakeholder meeting, and we talked to a lot of the persons that represent, different kinds of elements of the water use community. And I noticed that Gary Keeneland was in the crowd today, and he participated in the October 6th effort with us. We had an October 8th Delta Interest stakeholder meeting, and we have some Delta Interest people in the audience today. We have Dante Nomalini, John Herrick. October 16th, we had a technical workshop where we discussed a lot of the practical elements of what's going on out there. We talked to U.S. Geological Survey, Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and others to get a good feeling for what's available on the technical aspects. And I noticed today we have Department of Fish and Wildlife and others that attended that technical workshop, and they're here today. And then after all of this, we went out to a much more general public outreach meeting sessions. We met in Los Angeles, Redding, Stockton, Sacramento, and Santa Rosa. And in the crowd today, we have Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. They attended the Los Angeles outreach. We have people that are representing some of the smaller farming interests that I saw at the Stockton outreach. And so we have people that are here today from a number of those outreach sessions They care deeply about this issue, and then they've been participating with us to make sure that we develop a regulation that can be as best as possible to address the varied interests and needs that are occurring across the state. So on the reporting requirements, today there's reporting required on annual basis, triennial basis, and every 5-year basis, depending on what kind of water right you have. We want to establish a simpler system where everybody has the same reporting requirement, annual use reports for everybody, and that's in this regulation. We also want a second issue addressed, and that's been that in our drought management efforts, we need more information at times. And as I mentioned earlier, in certain smaller watersheds, water shortage can be just a localized type of event, but it can be very dramatic in that local area. And so on reporting, we want the ability to require monthly or more frequent reporting as needed when we need to do this active, ongoing water demand management. Now, in outreach, people were concerned. They said, well, are you going to do this every single year? And the answer is no. It's designed for the problem periods, the times when we're having to do a much more ongoing, active management type of program. So this slide is kind of busy, but I wanted to put in one place a lot of the kernel of what we're doing. So what we're doing here, we listened to a lot of people on our outreach, and they were like, their primary message was, it's really hard for me to implement this. It's going to take me a little bit of time. What can you do to work with me on that issue? So the installation deadline here is a 3-year tiered deadline going from 2016 to 2018, and it's based on the size of your diversion. So the most important information for water resource management is from the larger diverters. We need that information first. And for the smaller diverters, we need the information, but we felt it important to listen to their concerns and have that be due at a later date. So it's a 3-year process based on sizing. We also listened at these outreach meetings where people were concerned about what kind of equipment would they need to buy. Can they measure like a reservoir with a staff gauge? What do I need to do? Because when you look at SB 88, it says that we can require hourly data. Well, that's very onerous if you're a stock pond owner. And so we really, we wanted to get down to accuracy. We wanted to get down to how frequently do you have to submit data to us. So this is tiered, which a more accurate measurement is required if you're a larger diverter, down to a lesser accuracy, reflecting what we think is out there in the field for some of these smaller diverters. And then the monitoring, more frequent monitoring if you're a larger diverter, less frequent for smaller. And then I was talking to people before we started this session today, and they were concerned. They're like, well, okay, do I have to have someone hand input that on your forms every year and hand that in to you? And the answer is that the regulation's structured where you collect the data, and we can request that you submit the data if it's hourly data, daily data, but it doesn't require you to send in all of those numbers to us all the time. We want that available should we need it for drought management, but we don't want to task people with that onerous task of automatically sending it to us. Now, in a moment, I'm going to talk about telemetering, and that's a different type of issue on telemetering. So on the outreach, one of the concerns that we heard from Pacific Gas and Electric Company, he says, hey, listen, Kathy, I've got all kinds of professionals working for me. I was talking to Joe Ray. All kinds of professionals working for me. He says, but you know what? They are not registered engineers. And if you make this requirement be registered engineers only, then a lot of my staff today, they're professionals. They do this day to day. It's what they do for their living. They're hydrographers, hydrologists. They wouldn't be able to do this. And so we listened and were sensitive to that concern. So installation and certification, even at the highest level, is engineer, contractor, professional, and we looked at, professional under the chain of command of an engineer, trying to address the concerns we heard from people. Then we heard the concern, well, I'm a farmer. Do I have to pay someone? I mean, what do I do? And so at the lower level of diversion, the requirement for installation and certification is lightened up. Individual experience with measurement and monitoring. Because a lot of these farmers, they are really technical wizards. They're always out there working with equipment. They understand equipment. They understand installation. We wanted to be responsive. So that's what we've done in response to what we've heard in the outreach. Next up, it's always kind of a great idea to take a moment and say, well, how many people is this going to affect? What am I doing here? And so we took a look at huge categories of water rights. These aren't the categories for the reporting, but we just wanted to give a better flavor for how many and of what size of water rights would it affect. And so as you can see at the largest, just the largest categories of water rights, the regulation says telemeter beginning in 2020 and measure hourly. And so that hourly data would go to a website. So right now, what's available, there's a CDEC website where a number of large diverters have their data automatically sent to it. So it's an electronic type of system. You're not getting into the issue that we heard about a lot of hand input of data. Like I said, we didn't want to task people with a large amount of that kind of work, but we want to realize that telemetry data is a very, very valuable tool, especially as we talk about the large diverters. And as you move down in this chart, let me just flip a page here. You can see that the measurement becomes less and less rigorous when you're up at the class of greater than or equal to 1,000 acre-feet per year. You're still measuring hourly, whether it be telemetered or not. That group there is, about 2,500 people total that are be tasked, 2,500 water rights, total that would be tasked with hourly. When you move down to the daily style measurement, that's going to affect about 4,000 water right holders that we have to measure daily. When you get to the weekly measurement, it's about 5,000 water right holders that would be tasked with weekly measurement. And then a very large number, 16,500 water right holders, are less than 10 acre foot, and they're not covered by the new regulation. So that kind of gives you a little bit of flavor regarding how many people is this affecting, who's going to be doing what. So we wanted to give that flavor for you. So one of the things that we heard, especially in the Reading outreach, is, there are a lot of folks on common canal systems. They're not taking the water directly from the stream. The first guy in the system is the first input into the canal system. Other people, as you move on down that canal, are taking and diverting from the canal. So we wanted to craft tools where not everybody has to measure, but there is measurement involved, and it can be measurement and mathematical calculation or other types of tools, use of tools to get at the water diversion. So a measurement method is a method capable of measuring direct diversion and storage at accuracy standards that are comparable to those of individual measuring devices. So multiple water right holders on a single surface supply can propose a collaborative measurement approach, such as I've just described, where they get together and agree on how this measurement would be. Or a single water right holder with multiple points of diversion can propose a measurement method. So then we also were looking at the comments we were getting, and we proposed alternative compliance. And this is really applicable as you think about the people in the Delta, people in other places in the state, you know, where maybe the device is not feasible, would be unreasonably expensive, would unreasonably affect public trust resources, or would result in the waste or unreasonable use of water. Does that mean you don't measure at all? No. It means that you'll need to suggest an alternative approach and a reasonable plan for attaining compliance. So this does not, it's not the get out of jail card, I don't have to do anything. It's the what is practical, what can you do, show me the timeline for how you'll do it. So we also looked at the fact that there are a lot of people today, especially when you look to the municipal water purveyors, things like that, that are already under existing measurement programs. And I'll give you a flavor of that. You know, we have people who are under Federal Energy Regulatory Commission licensing, where they measure diversions. We have people that are investor-owned water utilities under Public Utilities Commission measurement requirements. Our own Division of Drinking Water, State Water Board program, has measurement for publicly owned water utilities. U.S. Bureau of Reclamation requires measurement of its Central Valley project contractors. Department of Water Resources has an agricultural water measurement program, and the U.S. Geological Survey has a surface water gauging network. And so we don't want to create a redundant measurement requirement. So we are looking at the grandfathering in of persons who already are complying with comparable measurement programs. And before this meeting today, I had a person ask me, well, does this go not just to the measurement, but the certification of the measurement equipment? And if those other programs already require certification of measurement equipment, we would look to the grandfather that in too. So we want to reflect, you know, the fact that lots of folks have ongoing requirements they're already meeting. So when a large number of comments, really, people were concerned about the size of facilities that need to be measured. Now in SB 88, we can require measurement as low as the 10 acre-foot size. But when we looked at a number of our registration programs, which are our programs for small diversions, things like that, there are a number of programs that we have, stock ponds, other stuff, that has a 10 acre-foot size limit in the program. And we didn't want to create a lot of new requirements on some of those very small diverters under these smaller size programs. And so instead of implementing the minimum from SB 88, the 10 acre-foot size, we designed the regulation to be greater than 10 acre-foot in size as the starting point. So it's greater clarity if you're under some of these small programs, whether you have to also comply with this program. Now, SB 88 says, okay, there may be areas in the state where you don't have to start measurement at the 10 acre-foot size, but maybe a larger size, and it identifies up to a 25 acre-foot size. So the regulation describes the factors that are to be considered in deciding if a larger size, if measurement doesn't have to start at this smaller size, but measurement starts at a greater size of diversion. So it lays out some factors to consider. So when you're looking at measuring devices, we want to know, does it meet the accuracy standards that we're putting in this regulation? So you'd have to initially certify it, and then every 5 years thereafter, because a lot of devices, you know, they have lifespans, or if you're on open channel flow, the channel configuration will change. SB 88 language itself mentions 5 years, so our draft here has the same 5 years from that bill. And the regulation allows qualified individuals to install and maintain water measurement devices that have been lab certified. Again, this goes to the farmer installed type devices. If you have something that's lab certified, that works for us. And then when we talk about our largest diverters, that's a special group. You know, we talked about telemetering starting in 2020, if they are diverting more than 10,000 acre-foot annually. We also have the issue of intense competition for resources in many streams, and they can be smaller stream systems. They're really affected by a lot of diverters in small areas, and especially when we have anadromy. So we were looking at telemetering for diverters that take more than 50% of the monthly median flow of the watershed where the diversion is located. And that we don't have a website identified yet. That's why this one wouldn't kick in until 2020, because we've been talking to Department of Water Resources and other agencies. We don't want to create redundant places for data, but to have a singular repository. And so that they would then telemeter their data to this location. So we're here today because, you know, we've had these stakeholder outreach meetings. We have a number of people here from those outreach, and we wanted to get input on topics such as who should be allowed to certify the adequacy of the alternatives to the measurement and monitoring requirements. What specific factors should the executive director consider when considering whether to raise the diversion threshold for measurement? Should recertification of a measurement device be required every 5 years? And should real-time telemetered monitoring be required? And if so, under what circumstances? So the next steps. So the draft regulation which we circulated today will be refined based on the comments received. And I did want to mention we have received a number of comment letters, and you know, comment letters could come in through noon today for this initial go, and we'll be looking at those. So in addition to the comments we received today at this proceeding, we'll be looking at the letters also, and I wanted to reassure people we're looking at all of that. Letters that we had previously received ahead of this comment period were posted on our website already. We'll post the new ones also so that everybody will see what we've received. And then we're asking that the board consider adoption of the emergency regulation at its January 19th, 2016 board meeting. And this is just some additional information on where you can see these work products as we go, such as the regulation we already distributed today. We have copies of a fact sheet in the back of the room, so that's some of the salient points, you know, that they have a take-home document they can look at, and that's also on the website.
Thank you. I have 15 cards. I'm going to read out the names, and those of you who are sitting at the back of the room, come up to the front. There are plenty of seats. That way we can move more expeditiously. Danny Merkley's first, W. Spence, Dante Namalini, John Herrick, Alan Lilly, or Andrew Ramos, Jeffrey Volberg, Peter Keel, Kirk Wilbur, Andrew Stevenson, Gail Delahunt, Will Peer, Jim, oh, you did such a good job of printing, and I still can't read it. Fukis, okay, Eric Tillemans, Arnold Sargent, and Stephen Chappelle. So, Danny.
Looking at the time. Good morning.
5 minutes for each. Thank you.
I was looking at the time to whether or not to say good morning or good afternoon. I had to think about it. So, good morning, Vice Chair and members of the board. Danny Merkley with the California Farm Bureau. We will be submitting in the next hour or less more detailed written comments in a letter. So I'll try and be very brief here. First, I'd like to begin by complimenting staff that I've been working with over the years on the reporting requirements, and particularly with these new requirements here. Been very helpful to me. It's too bad we don't have more of them to be able to answer calls and respond to all the unique little questions that people have, because this is very confusing to folks. Very much appreciate much of the changes or the details I see in this draft after listening to comments, not only from us, but many of our members and those attending the public meetings. That being said, do want to say that Senate Bill 88 and these implementing regs do impose significant new requirements on, as you pointed out, thousands of water right holders. This comes with significant costs to our members. Minimum time for compliance, even though we do have the tiered, that's helpful, but it's still a real challenge to get these things put in place in time. And then again, like you heard from PG&E, very limited skilled and or qualified individuals for implementing some of these things, helping to put them in place for members, particularly our members, smaller members. Therefore, we ask that you exercise the maximum flexibility that you're given within the law and your discretion, including the time frames necessary to get this stuff implemented and up and moving. Again, I want to report out this was Senate Bill 88 was a drought trailer bill, yet this is permanent. It's not just for drought periods. And it went through as a budget trailer bill without the benefit of any legislative policy committee hearings, and this is significant policy change, which is very problematic. We would ask that you develop some clarifying language. The presentation here was very good to help clarify some things in plain speak, in Danny Merkley speak that I can understand. It's been a real challenge for me getting to understand some of this stuff, even though I work on it quite regularly, and then explaining it to our members as I'm getting individual calls, as your staff, very limited staff that takes these calls, is also having a challenging time getting these individual, very specific questions answered so people understand what's necessary. We would also, again, ask that you exercise maximum discretion, particularly for the smallest diverters in those most remote areas, and appreciate the fact that some of that is recognized in the draft regs. The economic and physical impracticability or infeasibility of doing some of this stuff. I don't know if those are real words, I just made them up. And then a big challenge that we see are the possibility for requiring a 1602 permit by Department of Fish and Wildlife when people have to go into a stream bed and maybe put in a new device. And this has proven to be a real challenge with that department. And we would hope you would have a little bit of power to explain to them why this is necessary and allow people to go in and do what they have to do to be in compliance with these regulations. And lastly, I appreciate the sheet at the back that talked about some funding sources to assist with funding, equip and sweep and so on. Again, one of the challenges that we've seen is some of the smaller folks that most need assistance, financial assistance, don't have the ability to, the technical expertise to apply for some of these sweep grants dollars. And they don't have the funds to be able to hire somebody to help them fill out that stuff. It gets very complicated and very challenging. It's some of the larger folks that are able to do that and take advantage of it. So there is a funding challenge for the smallest. With that, I say thank you and appreciate this opportunity.
And happy birthday. Danny, I just thought I'd let you know, I'll be asking staff to include in the resolution that'll accompany this when we get it, to direct staff to work with ag stakeholders on outreach. So we'd just like to let you know that and get your commitment to work with us on, fact sheets that are easier for folks to understand, and anything we can do to work with you on technical assistance for growers as well.
With some of the changes we saw with the 2009 legislation for reporting, monitoring and reporting requirements, I worked with staff to develop a 4-page guidance document for our members, and it's out of date now. I talked to Amanda Montgomery the other day. I'm going to be sitting down with staff to update that after I go through and ferret out where the the gaps are or things need to be changed, then I am working with staff to, with your staff to get that updated, because it helps our members. I keep telling everybody it helps the water board, but that's not my responsibility anymore. My responsibility is with my members now.
W. Spence?
My name is Bill Spence. I'm from Calaveras County. I am a rancher, and I've got a few notes here. Hopefully I can read them. I have 4 reservoirs under this program. One is 18 acres, one is 23, one is 36, and one is 40. These reservoirs are not on named creeks. They're back in the rolling hills. We built these reservoirs specifically to be able to hold the animals in a specific area to graze the area. And it kind of, I built these reservoirs. They were summer projects with me. I had a dozer and scraper, and I built them. I built them under the old, I used to say PMA, but anyway, government programs. And NRCS, they staked these dams and really designed them for me. But still, we had moved enough earth ourselves that we understood what we were doing. All of these have water rights. But when they were first built now, back in the 60s, there were no water rights required for those. But then later on, to build these under the government programs, there was a requirement that you have a water right to be able to do these. But I did not realize that later on, there was a requirement through the state that they had to be registered or something. And to be honest with you, up until this program started, I did not know that there was, even though we did have them. And I talked to a lot of ranchers, and some of them are scared to death. I mean, not that they don't have a good dam there, but they never registered them. They never, and some of your field people, I shouldn't say threatening them out there, but they are bothering them. And anyway, so on and so forth. I'm running these on approximately 1,300 and some acres. I'm in the Angels Camp area. I'm very familiar with New Maloney's. I'm familiar with Don Pedro. Our drainage area is the Hogan Dam drainage area. I'm also familiar with Comanche because my wife has ranches down in that area. We have approximately a quarter-mile drainage area on most of these ponds. And the thing that really blows my mind is this. They're not on named creeks. They're like I say, they're back in the boonies. So let's say we have one main stream or whatever you want to call it coming into these, but that's only approximately 40% of the water coming in. The rest of them are coming in. Maybe there's a rolling hills, and they're coming in between that and just off of the side hills. A tremendous amount of water. I can fill all of these reservoirs with one good rain. Last year, I filled 2 before the first of the year there when we had that big storm. Overnight, in fact, it kind of astonished me that we could do that. The other 2 came within 2 feet. And then, of course, one thing that really got me this year is they seemed to lower faster than normal, and tried to figure that out. And the only thing I can see is this ground is so tremendously dry that this water is seeping out. So consequently, we're losing more water than on a normal year. Again, on these little ravines, like I say, the one is, let's say we're getting 40%, but then we've got these other little streams coming in, and I mean, how do you calculate such a thing? We work on a line there once a year, and that's how we do our reporting with you. And but another thing is, let's say that with the forecast storms right now, I wouldn't be surprised to be full by the first of the year, to be honest with you. Now, my question is this: if we're full, what are we reporting each week or whatever? We're full, we're still full. I mean, you know, it's something to think about, I think. And there again, I thought that 3 inches of rain on a normal year we can fill. And that's, but of course we haven't had a normal year. I don't think a smaller than a 10-acre foot reservoir will carry you through the summer. It just isn't big enough, at least in our area. And my reservoirs don't leak. But anyway, I mean, that's why we have the larger reservoirs. On these reservoirs, we're not only watering our own livestock, but we're watering every animal that you can probably think of, from a bear. A lot of waterfowl. We had some fish in most of these, but being they all went dry there year before last, our fish went south.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap it up.
Sure.
Got a big group
I
that
just,
came in
you know,
late.
I just think that I think you got to give maybe a little more thought into this issue than what you have. I agree with everything that Danny said.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dante, followed by John, followed by Alan Lilly.
Members of the board, Dante Nomalini with Central Delta Water Agency. I would like to repeat the thanks to your staff for meeting with us and discussing various aspects of this program. It's refreshing to work with these people, and they've positively responded in many respects. There are some aspects to the written regulation that we did not address at the meeting. And I submitted written comments quickly. There are a few errors in there in the reference to the sections, but I think staff could tell why my secretary left it out or whatever, I don't know. But anyway, if you need help finding it. But there's one aspect of this regulation that was not discussed at all, and that is how you calculate and determine demand and availability of water. Now, these are the issues that we are now embracing in the hearing process and in litigation. They need to be resolved. Why they're added into this regulation, I'm not sure, but from a lawyer, it looks to me like it's a bootstrap on the legal argument. So I've suggested in the regulation that the elements that are used to determine availability be broadened from what is listed here. It's kind of technical, but for the Delta, we have water all the time. I've explained it before. The channels are below the tide levels. They never run out of water, so we think that ought to be considered. Water, natural flow from the west feeds the Delta. It's tide, but it's mixed with fresh water as well at different times. It moves back and forth. So there's some technical stuff in my letter that I think needs to be addressed. I wouldn't mind it if you left that whole section out until we resolve the legal issues, but if it's going to be in there, I think it's unfair not to include the other aspects. I also added in there that the staff attempt to get the most accurate information. And you will see it. Some of you are hearing officers, and I don't want to preempt the hearing. But anyway, it would be better if it was left out of this regulation entirely, and that's in 917 of the regulation. The next thing is what we want to do in the Delta as a method of measurement is deal with the results that are coming out of the current study. We have contributed to the purchase of additional SIMA sites, and it's much broader than that, but it's more refined. So we would like the flexibility in here with regard to the verification of the whole process with regard to the method of measurement. That's what we intend to work on. We think we can produce some good results. Hopefully we can actually get to a satellite-based proposal for you people to consider that would be good in the Delta. And I think it works best in the Delta. And as staff indicated, all of these watersheds are a little different. There may be other comparable ones too. So we would like some loosening in the verification and calibration certification. We want to see the results of what comes out of this comprehensive study and try and integrate that. So a little more flexibility. We certainly agree that with these very small diversions, these stock ponds and stuff like that, some of them are just a depression in the ground, that more flexibility is merited, although we don't have them in the Delta. We listen to the dialogue at the meetings and share some views on that. Daily and hourly measurement, I don't know what you're going to do with that. You know, it should be a very rare situation that you would actually utilize that data. And for the Delta, we have a couple of fairly large landowners that have multiple siphons. And there may be some of them where they have more than 10,000 acre feet in a year, but it's over like 50 different siphon pipes. To telemetry that information is going to be extremely difficult because you got to pick up each one of those. And there are dead spots where cell phones don't work and there's no telephone. There aren't any wires. So a little more flexibility, and I put it in my comments, I think in that regard would be helpful. So thank you very much. And we appreciate the good effort that's going on and hope we can make it the rest of the way.
And I'm going to make sure that the PUC, who is looking at some of these dead spots, are alert to this this issue and our program. So great. John, followed by Alan, and then I'm going to slot in OSHA, the survey, who needs to leave early. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. John Herrick for the South Delta Water Agency. The dark glasses are because I had a cataract surgery, so I'm not trying to look hip. If anybody
worry.
uses
You
that
do,
word
but you
anymore.
do.
Don't worry. I will make no comment on any genes that determine behavior of individuals. I do want to thank staff also. We had some good conversations. I think the regulation's a good outline of how we'll get somewhere. We do need the provision that says, if the measurement device isn't the best way, we can figure out some other way. I don't want to beat a dead horse. We've told you this before, but it is very difficult in the Delta to get the information I think you want or need. If you measure diversion, that tells you whether or not they're diverting according to a license. I understand that. But that doesn't tell you how much water is lost from the system. If you measure the drainage also, you still don't know how much is lost from the system because the drain is mostly water that's been pulled from the underground, which is connected to the river in some unspecified, nobody knows how fast it's going back and forth. And then the plant's using water that's applied. Some of the applied water is going through the root zone. It's not being used. Some of the groundwater is being taken up by the plants, some plants, and nobody knows those numbers. So if we measure 1 or 2 or 3 spots, that doesn't tell you how much water has been lost to the system. Now, again, we think we can work on ways to get you better information. I join in Dante's comments, and we continue to want to work with you on these things. The one last thing I want to say is, and I've talked to the water master about this, and I think we'll do it someday, but the real-time issue is something to be discussed further. I think if we sit down with DWR's operators and modelers, or the bureaus too, you'll find out that if you know hourly or even daily what's going on in a particular stretch of the Delta, it won't affect their operations. And let me just give you an example. If we have, say, a 4 or 5 mile stretch of Middle River, and they're diverting, I'm just making these numbers up, 200 CFS at max. Whether they're diverting 140 during the summer at 1 hour, and 6 hours later it's 180, and 3 hours later it's 120, and 9 hours later it's 200. Those numbers, when they get to you, don't change how the DWR and the Bureau operate the Delta, because they're operating on 343,000 CFS tides coming in twice a day, and exports of, ignoring the horrible drought, exports maybe, 5 to 10 grand or something. So that 20 CFS or 50 CFS or 100 CFS on any particular stream or on all the streams doesn't affect and can't change their operations of reservoir releases in order to have a real-time improvement. It just doesn't get you where I think you want to go. So I think we can talk about that. I think the operators and modelers will agree with me, and if there's some differences, fine, but we want to do something so that we don't spend our time and effort on measurements that get you something that can't be used or isn't helpful. We can't undo the laws. We want to work with you, but let's go towards information that will get us somewhere, not something that somebody says, oh, I got hourly data from some idiot in Union Island. It doesn't do anything for me. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, is it all right if I just step in just real briefly, or just for folks that, because I didn't have a chance to, but I wanted to acknowledge a couple things before we hear more comments, and thank you for the comments. I want to acknowledge staff had posted about 70 pages of comments received during the workshop on the website, and that we were able to benefit from reviewing that. So we're not as board members coming in cold to the workshop, and we recognize the challenges, and I've got a number of questions, but I want to just hear comments first. Given my background as civil engineer, experienced in measuring and reporting myself, I'm really interested in this subject, and I appreciate that last comment about sort of the resolution level of the monitoring. I think it's very germane to our discussion and having the right fit. So I want folks to know that we're really taking these comments very seriously so that we have the right fit for the right setting. Thank you.
Thank you. You must be Andrew.
I am Andrew. Good morning. I'm not Alan Lilly. He regrets he had to leave for a meeting, so he's asked me to make some comments on behalf of Yuba County Water Agency and Sonoma County Water Agency. Yuba has actually already submitted a comment letter. You probably have reviewed it. Sonoma County Water Agency will be submitting one within the next 50 minutes or so. But both of them would like to express their strong support for the efforts today to support complete and accurate reporting for water diversions in California. They think that the regulations, the draft regulations, are a very good start toward that, and also to thank State Board staff for their outreach efforts. Those were very useful. We've attended several of the workshops as they've gone on and found a lot of benefit from them. My comments today relate to sections 925 and 929 of the draft regulations. These are the sections that deal with permittee progress reports that are submitted annually and reports of licensees that are submitted annually. One of the changes that the draft regulations would make is that they would move up the reporting deadline for permits and licensees by about 3 months to March 31, rather than the regular reporting deadline of July 1. The draft regulations would leave the annual reporting date for statements of diversions, so for example, pre-1914 rights and riparians, at July 1. Now, when we asked about why permittees and licensees would be getting moved up by 3 months at one of the workshops, we heard that the reason is SB 88 is going to require many water right holders to report annually for the first time. And so there's a concern by staff that the system is going to be overloaded, at least in this first instance, when all of these reports are hitting the system for the first time on July 1. So we're looking at a staggered reporting deadline for permittees and licensees. And there's also a new provision in the regulations regarding provisional reporting of data as well. So for example, if you're using stream flow data, gauge data, that's not available as of the April 1 or March 31st reporting deadline, you could report that data, but also submit final data by July 1. Both of the agencies would request that instead of this earlier reporting deadline, if there is a need for a staggered reporting because of computer network issues, that instead we look at a June 1st or a later deadline at least for permittees and licensees. It would be very difficult for holders of water rights for very complex projects like Yuba County Water Agencies or Sonoma County Water Agencies to make this March 31st deadline. There's an incredible amount of work and expense that goes into the reporting because they're using multiple water rights, multiple points of diversion, and it's a really complicated process. So the thought of having to do this once with provisional data and a second time with final data, it would be a huge burden. So we'd ask instead for perhaps a later reporting deadline, a June 1 is suggested instead, and you'd still have the benefit of a staggered reporting deadline, but it would have a much less burden for complex water right holders. Thank you.
Member Spivey Weber, can I just mention that the timing of the reports coming in is certainly one of the issues, but more importantly is having the information available for use in years where there is effects on water availability. So being able to have the most current information at a time when we're making decisions on whether or not there's water available in various systems to meet all of the demand. And we'd like to use the most recent reported demand. So that's also a very important reason for why the draft regulation proposes to move it up.
And I would add that for those who think we should do it later because of complications, if you've got some ideas as to how we can get at the reason we're doing this, that would help. Thank you. OSHA, followed by Jeffrey and Peter Keel.
Morning, Vice Chair Spivey Weber and members of the board and staff. Thanks for having us here today and doing this workshop. And I've participated in some of these discussions, and I think, it's going in a decent direction. And I just think, my plea is to take the time needed to do this right. I just want to touch on a few items, and I'll be getting some written comments in as well. First of all, overarching issue. A lot of us, and especially in this room, spend a lot of time trying to protect farmland. And farmland is a really important resource here in California for many, many reasons. We have to be careful in the way that we regulate it. Not that farming should not be regulated. I'm not arguing that. But we need to be careful that the ways that we do it don't actually force people to reconsider, being in farming in the first place. And I'm speaking in particular from my experience. I work with local agencies of the North Delta, a coalition of 18 water districts in the northern part of the Delta. Many of the farmers are not in, my generation. They are very challenged to deal with, a variety of different obligations that are coming down on them, and they want very much to comply with everything, but there are some tremendous barriers that I know the board and staff are aware of, and the feedback I get sometimes is, I just shouldn't be doing this. And, I think that would be a real shame if we allow, our need to be able to update our system and have good information force people out of a business that is actually, protective of the environment, providing open space and habitat, providing our food supply. So I think that's an overarching concern that needs to be considered. On a detail within the regs, I wanted to mention the data recording. Just from my experience helping people comply, for instance, with the order for additional information and some of the, statement program and things like that, I'm not sure the scale of what's being considered small is really small. I mean, for instance, a 100-acre farm might use with row crops 2 or 3 acre feet and might use, like 200 to 300 acre feet in a year, right? And I would sort of consider that operation, and probably, I don't know the finances of these operations, but they're relatively small, So I'm a little concerned that what's being considered small is actually micro, and that we maybe ramp up the levels of when more technical information and the frequency and the data recording and all that, and just think about scaling that up a bit, because what I'm seeing is it's a lot of family-run farms. They don't have these kind of experts. If they have to bring them in, it's a huge cost. And, and again, if it's warranted, for a particular stream or watershed where we're trying to make sure a fish can get out or in, I mean, I totally get it, and I think the farmers get it too. But if it's just for the purpose of throwing information into a black hole, then that's not worth it. So we just, I invite more scrutiny of that issue. And along those same lines, in Section 934, the engineer requirements, which I know is part of this workshop, and I just want to give some feedback on that. we really suggest that that be limited to things that actually require an engineer. And that is probably just right around the device issue. This other stuff in terms of public trust resources, I don't know that that belongs in there. It seems like that should be taken care of in the water rights proceedings or in endangered species proceedings or elsewhere. The economic feasibility, again, maybe an engineer could opine on that. And I have nothing against engineers doing work, and I work with engineers all the time, but, you know, but, you know, for the thinking again of what I consider to be smaller scale farming operations, these are family businesses, even if they have maybe 400, 500 acres and 5 or 10 diversions, you know, these are small operations. And to say that we need to bring in an engineer and sign off on the 8 items or whatever's listed there, you know, it's probably overreaching, and we could probably narrow it down to the thing that we really need the engineer for, and then, you know, allow other people, and it might be the farmer, him or herself, or their family, you know, to try to fill in the blanks of the other information that's needed. And then I think, let's see. In the alternatives, we're certainly interested in exploring, you know, doing alternatives, as was alluded to by Dante. And I guess we would just ask that the approval process not hold that up, and that, you know, we invite the back and forth that we hope that will include. But we want to make sure that with your staffing limitations and our limitations on our side to wrangle people together to get into groups and come up with these kind of plans, that there's a way for that to function. So thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you. Jeffrey, followed by Peter, followed by Kirk.
Hello, I'm Jeffrey Volberg with the California Waterfowl Association. I apologize, I've got a bad cold and I may choke up a little bit here, but again, I'd like to thank staff. I've had a lot of response from members of my organization who are looking at a very short time span to comply with regulations that imply a $500 a day penalty if they don't comply, and so needless to say, they're a little shaken up. The process of getting through SB 88 and the draft or the emergency regulations that are actually permanent, you know, these are things that I think don't sit well with them. I think if they could see staff's presentation that you did and see the explanation of the tiered process and the various sizes, I think that would go a long way to allay a lot of those concerns. And so I'll be hoping to convey that information to them. And I think, you know, we're dealing with people who are very intelligent people, very practical people who can work their way through this. I think the real concern is being hit with a sudden $500 a day penalty really concentrates the mind. For my own organization as a landowner, we own 2 properties in the Sassoon Marsh, and those properties are irrigated in the wintertime and not irrigated but flooded in the wintertime to provide habitat for a public trust resource, the waterfowl that are migrating along the Pacific Flyway. And that water comes in tidally. It's brackish water. It's not water that anybody's going to want anywhere else in the system. It comes in tidally. We hold it, and then we discharge it and drain it again back into the tide. And that creates a real problem in trying to, how do you measure, quote, diversions, because you're diverting in, you're draining back out, the use is non-consumptive. Again, there's the public trust factor, and so that's something that we're going to need to work with your staff and your organization to find out what the guidance is to deal with that tidal non-consumptive use. The other thing that a lot of our members have brought up deals with these stock ponds, and a lot of the stock ponds do provide a wildlife resource, do provide habitat, and to a large extent they collect a small amount of water out of a small watershed and store it, and it ultimately either evaporates or goes back into the groundwater basin. But really having a trouble understanding the benefit to the state of measuring those compared to the amount of effort involved for those landowners. And I really appreciate OSHA Reserve's comments about regulating in a way that creates a disincentive for landowners and the public to provide the resources, the habitat for the public trust, the waterfowl, and provide the farming activities that need to be done when they're being given these disincentives. And so I think that this is something, this is going to be and has been a theme since I've been with California Waterfowl that I've been developing, is that regulation obviously has its points, but at the same time it can do environmental damage if you create too great a disincentive for people to provide those environmental amenities. So with that, I'll
Thank you.
begin and sit down.
Here, followed by Kurt.
Morning, members of the board. Peter Keel with Ellison, Schneider and Harris. Providing general comments not on behalf of any specific clients today. I've contributed to a joint comment letter that will be submitted by the California Farm Bureau Federation, Wine Institute, and Wagner and Bonsignor engineers. I'd like to join others in thanking staff. Really appreciate that you've provided a rational and practical framework for implementing a law that did not go through significant or anywhere near adequate public review. First comment is that complying with the regulation will be a very significant and expensive undertaking. I know the engineers, I know the individuals and firms that do reservoir surveys. This is a lot of work, and I just don't think there are enough individuals out there to get the job done within the timeframes. One of the reasons we recommend, at least for the 2016 deadlines, be pushed back 6 months or so. Second, a couple other people have mentioned it today. In section 934 regarding a measurement method as opposed to a measurement device, there's a discussion of economic factors. I do not believe that's appropriate. Economic factors were not mentioned as a condition for using a measurement method in SB 88. Recommend at least 934A1H be removed. Third, and probably my biggest struggle, is that it's unclear to me how the diversion thresholds apply to some of the more complicated situations that may actually be fairly common. You know, for example, a property with multiple water rights and multiple facilities for each water right. Or alternatively, a single water right with multiple diversion facilities. Question of how do you figure out what the diversion threshold is? Do you aggregate the volumes, or do you look at them separately, focusing on the type of facility? The regulation, I think, does a good job in most cases, seeming to tailor the measurement method to a facility type and size. I think that should be maintained. You're just giving one example. I have a couple clients that have this issue where they have a single water right with multiple reservoirs, one that may exceed 200 acre feet and be subject to a different requirement, then under the same right where it's a 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 acre foot reservoir. And the question becomes, do you have to apply essentially the higher threshold measurement requirement to the smaller facility? I don't believe it's practical. Fourth, ask the board to provide in some kind of FAQ document or something examples of typical or potential facilities and demonstrate how those facilities could comply with the regulation. I provided Mr. Weaver with a number of kind of strange examples, and we're both kind of uncertain how those properties or water rights would comply. Kind of related to this, I haven't heard much discussion of large non-consumptive reservoirs. For example, those that serve as standby municipal water supply, standby fire protection. Those may require essentially hourly monitoring and reporting, even though they will just, truly non-consumptive. It's a very big investment for essentially very little resource impact. And finally, I believe the water availability section is not within the scope of a measurement regulation. They're kind of hotly contested issues. I think it should be removed from the regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kurt, followed by Andrew, followed by Gail.
Sorry about that. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Kirk Wilbur. I'm with the California Cattlemen's Association. I'd like to join in thanking your staff. They've given us ample opportunity in the past months to provide some input in guiding how this regulation is drafted. That's been very useful for us at the California Cattlemen's Association, so we very much appreciate it. I have submitted some detailed written comments to you prior to today. I hope you'll have an opportunity to mull those over carefully. For now, I just want to focus on a few broad areas where we think the draft regulations could benefit from some clarification and some streamlining prior to you formally taking them up again on January 19th. The first of those areas is on this issue of the accuracy requirements for the water measurement devices. It's unclear to me from the fact sheet and from other supplemental information that was released by staff how exactly some of these accuracy requirements were arrived at. It may well be that within 10% accuracy, within 15% accuracy are reasonable and attainable standards, but for stakeholders who don't have any expertise in water measurement devices, such as myself and some of my members, it's unclear whether or not those are good standards or what we should be aiming for in this regulation. So it would be useful to your stakeholders, including myself, if prior to January 19th, well prior to that preferably, your staff could release some details on how exactly they arrived at those standards. That would allow us to better provide input to you as a board as to whether or not we believe those are reasonable standards or whether some other standards should be arrived at prior to the adoption of these emergency regulations. The second area where we think we could benefit from some streamlining in these emergency regulations is within the alternative compliance section, section 935. Instead of simply stating how a diverter might apply for alternative compliance with the board, I think it might be useful to lay out some common circumstances in which alternative compliance will be granted. By way of example, there are a lot of cattle ranchers, for instance, who in the summer will pasture their cattle at high elevations. In the winter, they'll remove those cattle from high elevations to lower ground. It may be during the summer months easy enough for them to go out to their stock pond and read on a staff gauge what the elevation is of that stock pond and then, do a calculation to determine the water volume. But in the winter months, because of the remoteness of those stock ponds, because of winter weather, it's going to be relatively difficult for them to get out on a daily, weekly, monthly basis to do those readings. It may be that they could install an electronic device that would automatically take those measurements, but those are going to be necessarily more expensive than something like a manual staff gauge. And that expense is going to be compounded by the number of stock ponds on that, pasture. So it would be useful if, for instance, in the emergency regulations under section 935, you listed some common circumstances where you will grant alternative compliance, such as the circumstance I just described to you. I think that would improve clarity for the regulated community. It's going to reduce the burden upon your staff, and it's going to allow for quicker turnover in the remaining alternative compliance applications that you receive. The final area where I think the regulations could potentially benefit from either clarity or streamlining, depending on how it's to be interpreted, is the question of whether or not reports filed with the board by a water master are deemed to fulfill the requirements for monitoring and reporting under the emergency regulations. It's not entirely clear from the emergency regulations whether a report filed with the board pursuant to Section 921 would be deemed to fulfill the requirements for monitoring and reporting for the individual diverters served by that water master within that watershed. If it is the intent of the emergency regulations that those reports should fulfill those requirements, then I think that needs to be clarified. If that is not the intent of the emergency regulations as currently drafted, I would suggest that you consider accepting the reports of a water master as fulfilling those monitoring and reporting requirements for those served by the water master, because that's going to reduce the burden upon those individual diverters within that watershed. And I think most of those reporting requirements in Section 921 substantially fulfill what you're trying to obtain in terms of information by these emergency regulations. With that, I will thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Andrew, followed by Gail, followed by Will Peer.
Morning, members of the board. My name is Andrew Stevenson, and I work for a company called SWRCB Energy. It is a small independent power producer that owns and operates a hydroelectric power plant in Yuba County, California. I'm here today to address concerns for my own company, but also concerns that might apply to a small but probably numbering in the several dozens group of water permit holders. And these are run-of-river hydroelectric power plants that divert water from a stream, run it through a turbine, and then put it back into the exact same stream system slightly further downstream. And so in this type of plant, there's no consumptive use of the water. It merely passes through the turbine, generates electricity, and then goes back into the same stream system. In some previous orders and regulations that have come out, and I have one example here that I referred to in some comments that I submitted, was a curtailment order that came out in May that explicitly said, for this group, if your diversion is for hydroelectric generation by direct diversion only and all water diverted is returned to the same stream system, you're essentially exempt from those curtailment regulations because you're really not consuming any water, you're not taking anything out of the system. And we believe a sort of similar approach should be taken in these measurement and reporting regulations for this class of water permit holders who are not actually taking anything out of the system, they're merely diverting it and putting it back in further down. There were some comments submitted to this effect by other small hydropower operators in the previous round of comments, and I believe some of the responses that I saw said, this would be potentially one of the exceptions under that section where, certain measurement and reporting exceptions would be granted. But in the new draft that came out, it wasn't explicitly stated that there was any sort of distinction between consumptive and non-consumptive or anything that sort of gave us any certainty that exception would be granted. So I think what we're really asking for is something similar to the previous speaker where in that section where it specifies or it gives the opportunity to apply for an exemption or apply for an alternative compliance mechanism, that there would be some more specific language that gives regulatory certainty to us that we would be granted this alternative compliance mechanism. So that's sort of our main feedback is that we'd like to have that regulatory certainty because we think that it doesn't really add anything to the understanding of the watershed or of the diversions if we're just diverting it and putting it right back in the stream further down. And we already have requirements under the U.S. Geological Survey to report this using a specific methodology. So I think that sort of fits within the grandfathering in language that's been discussed. But again, it's not explicitly stated in the draft regulations, and that would really give us a lot more comfort and certainty about what we're facing if that could be explicitly called out. So thank you.
Thank you. Gail, followed by Will Peer, followed by Jim.
Western growers. Sorry, people are taller than I am. I just wanted to be brief because I don't want to repeat everybody's comments, but I do want to align ourselves with the Water Bureau's comments and with Peter Keel's comments. I don't see, and I do have concerns about the language that I don't see any language that refers to electricity records dedicated to a pump that has been recently had a pump test. That is in the law, and we did negotiate that as we were negotiating this bill. So some language to allow for that. I do appreciate the fact sheet that I saw this morning on the tiers and the language that says individual experienced with measurement and monitoring. I don't know if that includes the electric records or not, but like some clarification on that. Thank you.
Want to quickly clarify, or can you?
So under section 934 A of the proposed regulation, any method of measurement would be acceptable as long as it meets the accuracy standards and the other requirements. So my understanding is that would certainly include electricity records and a calibrated pump. We can certainly think more about ways to flesh these things out if that's what you'd like us to do.
Great, thank you. Will Peer, followed by Jim, followed by Eric.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for this time. So I am Will Peer with the Salmonid Restoration Federation, and I'm here to just make sure that the California Department of Water Resources Control Board is still on board with the Emergency Tank Storage Registration Program that the Salmonid Restoration Federation has put out this leaflet about for the Region 1 and 3 of California Department of Fish and Wildlife jurisdictions. Want to make sure that you're not going to really limit this to the 5-year emergency drought situation, because the landowners who are investing in these small water tank situations and putting a lot of effort into making sure they do it right, they're going to have these water tanks for way more than 5 years. So it would be really beneficial, I think, if you and Department of Fish and Wildlife could get together and get language that would assure that they would be able to continue to use these water storage tanks after the emergency drought is over, if it's over, ever. And then, of course, do metrics, measure their use, and make sure that, you know, because these small water tanks, they're 10,000 gallons, but cumulatively in one watershed, if you have 100 of them, it's going to make a difference. So yeah, they need to be measured and reported on annually for water use. So thank you for that. And yeah, it's going to make the registering less complicated and easier for all the land users. And I would like to ask that your department get together with Fish and Wildlife and try to open it up to other regions, not just Region 1 and 3, but make it more available to the Sierra foothills, even further south. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Jim, I'm so sorry, I messed up your name. Jim Fusakis.
I'm Jim Fusakis, retired lawyer, but having a ranch in the Eastern Sierra right above Bridgeport. It's very high. The diversions we're talking about are at 7,000 or 8,000 feet, and another one higher. So we will be filing an alternative compliance if that's necessary. I just want to let you know that this generalized approach isn't going to work in every situation. I have a request. We lease our land to one of the largest sheep ranchers, if not the largest in Nevada, and they requested that a height line would be very helpful, somewhere where they could call. This whole operation assumes everybody graduated from Silicon Valley and can do this easily. That's not the case. You're talking about many family farms, people who, in my 25 years, I found to be wonderful, wonderful people to work with, and people that I think we want to foster and have their family farms go on. Something that was mentioned by the cattleman representative is that we are under a federal consent decree out of the Federal District Court in Reno. There are reports filed with the water master there, and I don't know, and I wondered this when you first came in with the reporting situation, why that wasn't coordinated. Why can't we have a meeting instead of just all of us, which, by the way, I applaud you. This is wonderful. I applaud your staff. You're thoughtful. You care. But the water masters, why don't we bring them in? Why don't we have a uniform reporting requirement that they have? For example, where I am in the High Sierra and the Eastern Sierra, the water master period is April 15th to, March 15th to August 15th. No one's going to take any water before that or after that. You're barred from doing that under the federal decree, and they report to the federal court in Reno every year. So I would say some coordination with the water masters would be helpful, and it would simplify things for, in my case, there are sheep, but there are a lot of cattle people around. The final thing I'd like to say is a general observation. We have had our ranch for 25 years. It's 600 plus acres. It's a treasure. We try to make it very conservation friendly, but these regulations and the things that you're bringing, the legislature is bringing onto us are new. This is a total change for me from the first day I got up there in early 1990s to now. You have every kind of possible regulation that you can imagine, including the things under the consent decree. And by the way, I hope the legislature has given you money to do what they want you to do here, because this is a big thing. This is not an easy thing. And I think you have to be user-friendly. I applaud you, but I just want to make sure that there's somewhere that our people can come to and call and talk to people about this. Thank you very much.
Eric, followed by Arnold, Sargent, followed by Stephen.
Hello. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Eric Tillemans from Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And I want to say that we put in our comments already. We submitted them, and we participated with the workshop. So I'd like to thank the staff for putting those on and allowing everyone to comment and taking a lot of our comments into account in the regulations. I'm a civil engineer for the Department of Water and Power, and I work in the Eastern Sierra, where we collect all the water for the deliveries for Los Angeles Aqueduct.
Are you Brian's son?
Nephew.
His nephew. Okay, thank you.
And throughout the Eastern Sierra, we have over 2,000 measuring stations that measure flow, groundwater levels, precip, everything to do with the Eastern Sierra. Of those 2,000, we have maybe 300 that relate to water rights for the state of California. And in reviewing what we have so far from our water rights diversions, we may have around 100 diversions that don't meet the current regulations as written, and we would have to install measuring devices or do greater reporting on what we're doing. We do measure and report on all of our water rights diversions. We're not among the 70% that don't. But again, we're short on regulation requirements. So the requirement of 932 that has implementation date by July 1st would be a very tough requirement for us to meet. We'd only have 6 months to get it, over 100 different stations installed by then. That's a very difficult thing for us. Every year we do extensive forecasting for how much water we're going to collect, how much we're going to deliver to the city of LA, and we're very accurately able to convey to the state water projects how much water Los Angeles needs. So the need for these requirements for us, we are providing what we need every year, what our demand is from the state water projects, and we can accurately do that. One of our other areas that we're a little concerned with is Section 933, the data that has to be resubmitted on a real-time website by 2020. This is difficult for us because a lot of our measurement stations, especially the 100 or so that don't comply with these regulations, are in very remote wilderness areas. They don't have power lines, they don't have cell phone. They're on Forest Service land, so getting permits and things to do that, we might even have to construct roads to be able to construct large measuring devices in these streams. That would be very difficult for us. So even though we've submitted comments already, I'd just like to highlight that we feel like there maybe should be some more specific reasons for alternative compliance in Section 935. And some of the other reasons we would like to maybe see in there would be that there may be no other water right holders downstream of the people of the diversions, because in a lot of cases, our diversions, there is no other water right holders downstream. Also, if it is in an extreme wilderness area that may be difficult to construct and may cause environmental damage, even installing those devices, we'd like to see maybe an exception for that. And for our water rights, our place of use is municipality place of use. We'd like to maybe see an exception in there in that case, maybe for large municipalities, maybe 1 million plus customers or whatever staff and the board feel may be appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Arnold, Stephen, and then I have, you all can be thinking, I have 7 additional cards that came in after the first set, and we can power on, or we could take a short break too. Okay. Does that work? Okay. Okay.
Good morning. It's still morning for about 10 more minutes. My name's Arnold Sargent. I'm a member of Country Sunshine Cattle, LLC. Again, I'm not a big operator, but looking at this, I'm familiar with how laws get promulgated, and I know the outcomes are good laws, bad laws, ugly laws, and laws that have unforeseen consequences. I think SB 88 has all 4 of those elements attached to it. One of the challenges for small operators regards the fiscal costs of meeting compliance. And I think even though some of the supporting documentation that the Water Board spread out there said that it was consistent with the reasonable use doctrine, when it comes to the burden of cost, I think it is an unreasonable cost that's being passed down to a majority of the water right holders. The cost benefit is not to the individual water right holders, it's ultimately to the state and the board's ability to evaluate and plan on water use based on the data that they collect. One of the issues that I have specific to my ranch, I have a 20-acre reservoir. The water rights themselves, based on the abstracts of title, predate 1900. 1907. Actually, the reservoir itself was first constructed in about 1878, enlarged by my father in the late 50s, early 1960, maybe 62 at the latest. If he were alive today, he would decommission that reservoir. And the unforeseen consequence would be to an adverse consequence to the surrounding community. What's unclear by the collection of data is in some years we do not divert water to my reservoir from the seasonal stream that we have a water right to divert from. In reality, in those years, CDF comes in and takes more water out of my reservoir for fire suppression than I take out of the stream. And so I see no elements of measuring and capturing the amount of diversion that CDF does. Well, that may be nominal for other systems. It's been a big impact to mine. And I don't see that reflected in the regulations. I don't see any effort to promulgate legislation to correct that and collect that information. And I see no credits to my facilitating the availability of that water for fire suppression efforts. Again, I think overall this is an unreasonable burden to small operators. If I could do it today, I'd sell all my assets, my cattle, and move out of state, because I don't see any economic benefit to continuing to operate under this type of regulatory burden. Now, I do intend to comply, and I estimate just on my operation, it's probably going to cost about $30,000 to meet compliance. I have some concerns about implementation schedule for meeting compliance. I think that there's going to be a backlog of qualified professional engineers capable of doing the work on my behalf. I also have some concerns about the telemetry requirements, reporting requirements, because frankly, in the canyons and gulches up in my ranch, I can't even sell connectivity. So how is that going to apply? It's not, unless you have a repeater somewhere, and that's not a reasonable system. Again, there's a lot of nuances to the regulations, and I just have a lot of questions that have yet to be answered. And I suspect I'll have to contact the board directly to work out some site-specific guidance in terms of how I can meet compliance. And I suspect that my challenge is mirrored elsewhere through other stakeholders throughout the state in trying to meet compliance. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you very much. Stephen, and after Stephen, we will take a 10-minute break, bathroom break, and then we'll come back for 7 additional people.
Good afternoon or good morning. Pleasure to be before the board. I'm Steve Chappelle, the Executive Director of the Suisun Resource Conservation District. I'd like to give a little bit of background about Suisun Marsh. We're actually located west of the confluence of the Sacramento-San Joaquin River in the Suisun Marsh. The Suisun Marsh is brackish. It is between San Francisco Bay and the Delta, yet these diversion reporting requirements are required for Suisun. And I would beg the question is how of elevating the requirements to measure the diversions, how that's going to inform availability of water in the Central Valley when we're at the bottom of the watershed for the San Joaquin and Sacramento River. With the passage of the 2009 Reform Act, the Resource Conservation District worked with your board or with your staff to come up with a way to comply with the diversion requirements. Most everybody declared riparian and pre-1914 water rights. And they didn't use the easy out of saying, oh, it's not locally cost effective, we're not going to report. We actually worked with the staff to come up with a procedure for all the landowners of the marsh to use staff gauges and estimation of floodable acreage. The Suisun Marsh Managed Wetlands are very critical to resident and migratory wildlife. Water management is critical for wetlands to survive, and it represents the largest brackish marsh in North America and a very significant, almost 10% of California's remaining natural wetlands. So to add additional costs and expenses associated with this, when it's providing very little data to allow you to make regulatory decisions in the Central Valley, I think is a key component. What I would ask is, as we move forward with this, I think the Cattlemen's Association said if you could identify the alternative procedures of how we could do a regional, deal with Suisun Marsh as its unique regional location because of the brackish nature. The state board has water quality standards under Water Rights Decision 6041 for salinity standards in the marsh. We know it's never going to be fresh water. It's always going to be brackish. And that those resources that are protected by the use of that public use benefit of wildlife and resource can be sustained. I would hope that we could identify an alternative measure where we could deal with Suisun as a region. There's 150 landowners, including the Department of Fish and Wildlife, which is the largest landowner in the marsh. Of those, most have multiple diversion points. They're dual purpose. They're used to flood, but also to drain the managed wetlands when we're going through leaching cycles and irrigations of wetland habitat. So it is very complex. It's a corrosive environment. We have biological fouling. So how would you put instrumentation in that's in a corrosive environment and maintain that? And then when you look at the fact that you can go just to the western edge of the marsh in the San Francisco Bay and no recording is required because it's also brackish in the Petaluma Marsh and the San Pablo Bay. Moving forward, I think it would not be feasible to implement the regulations as currently are proposed for Suisun. I would like to have the opportunity to work with staff to come up with a strategy and see if our current measurement standards of a staff gauge and beneficial and floodable acreage gives the state board enough information to say that's the water that's being consumed in the marsh, although it is brackish, and the timing at which that water is made available. And we do more of a regional approach for a unique subbasin downstream of the Central Valley. With that, the Resource Conservation District is charged under state law, the Sassoon Marsh Preservation Act, to coordinate and assist in water management on privately owned lands. We do that in partnership with the Department of Water Resources, the Bureau, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and we'd like to use those resources we have at our disposal to support your staff to do something that is cost effective and also feasible for the landowners to implement, but also meets the needs of the state board to comply with these regulations, but not being onerous, kind of with a one-size-fits-all. So with that, I thank you and look forward to working with staff.
We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 after 12. 7 people who are yet to speak should sit up front. Stephanie Morris, Tom Connick, Gary Kindlin, Steve Mell, Bill Gaines, Joe Ray, and Todd Manley. So let's start with Stephanie.
Member Spivey Weber, just as
Oh, I'm
Stephanie's
sorry,
coming
right.
up, I just want to mention, we put up on the screen for everyone in the audience the slide that was in the staff presentation that goes through the suggested categories or tiers of application of the measurement portion of the regulations and reporting frequency. Just to kind of have everyone revisit that we are talking about increasing levels of professional oversight. And so ponds, for example, stock ponds between 10 and 50 acre feet, we wouldn't be looking at a licensed professional, an engineer, et cetera. We'd be looking at folks with experience. So the idea is they already know how to manage and measure, et cetera. So we just wanted to remind folks that the approach is to tier it so that we can acknowledge that there are different circumstances, and we'd welcome any input on, one, the approach, but also whether or not we've got the right breakouts.
Why don't you just leave that up? I think that's good. Stephanie.
Good afternoon, Stephanie Morris with the State Water Contractors. And I'm going to start out by giving Chair Marcus the attaboy that she was looking for. We think this is a big step in the right direction. We've sent in numerous letters about the need for better information, and we're very supportive of these draft regulations. So with that, I also acknowledge there's been a lot of, I grew up in a ranching farming community, and I understand that a lot of this looks big and expensive, and that there's going to be some exceptions to these regulations. And so I want to acknowledge that, I appreciate that. But I also wanted to step back and give the board a little context that you probably have, but maybe isn't at the front of your mind, which is most other states have already required this type of measuring, reporting, and monitoring for years, for decades in some instances. So, we're already behind the curve on this. And then even more specifically, existing law, I think, was intended to require this type of measuring and monitoring under Water Code Section 5103, which was passed in 2009, which required that you use the best available technology. Unfortunately, there was a loophole that said if it's not locally cost effective, you don't have to do it. But there was no definition, so it was either, I'll either call it poor drafting or really good lobbying by somebody in the legislature, that there was this loophole, and we have only, as your staff has suggested, only 70% are not actually providing this kind of information with the best available technology. So just to put that in the back of your minds or the front of your minds. And then the next thing is, if we've learned anything from this drought and these struggles with water management over the last couple years, we know, one, that we're going to face it again. It's not that this is the only time. This is a difficult time, but we will face it again. I think we've learned that we need additional information, and we need better information to manage our watersheds and our systems in California. And specifically on the water supply availability analysis that curtailments were based on this year, your staff is getting challenged based on the inputs that went into what the water demand was, which largely is based on the reporting of the water users, and it's being challenged. And you need better data, and you need more accurate data. And I checked with Mr. Loeffler, and he said that was not crossing the line. So at any rate, for ex-party communications.
You weren't here when I overruled him on that on Tuesday. So.
I was actually watching the website, which is why I checked with him. So leaving that comment there, we need better data, and this is definitely a step in the right direction. And then I just wanted to point out a couple of things. Section 935, I'm hearing some alarming things today about the alternative compliance, and I think that you definitely need this section. but it should be narrowly construed. And instead of allowing the self-election for the locally cost-effective, there needs to be a process where there's documentation provided and that your staff or there's some qualified person is making a determination that this is actually adequate information and that it isn't, potentially feasible for the person to use this. For example, relying on the comprehensive studies that have been referred to earlier today, that's just looking at evapotranspiration. That's it. It's looking at ET. That doesn't tell you what's being diverted. A water right is based on diversion. Waste and unreasonable use, you want to look at what's being used and how it's in the system. But ET is not going to give you, a diversion rate. That's just what's being used. It's one, as your water master has said several times, it's one leg of a three-leg stool. So that's not, in my mind, adequate for an alternative. And then again, you asked for suggestions, so I'm going to wrap this up quickly. For that alternative, it should be narrow. I suggest that the board staff put together a technical group and you look at some of these examples that folks are alluding to where there might be a lot of similar examples. And you have a technical group weigh in and provide staff information on what would be acceptable for those types of scenarios and that you can use that as a guideline going forward. And with that, I thank you for your time, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Tom, followed by Gary.
Thank you, Board, for having me. My name is Tom Connick. I'm a rancher in Siskiyou County, and I'd like to thank the staff for making new presentations and clarifying some of the information that's here. Although I do have some questions on the fact that Senate Bill 88 was not in part of your declaration that I could see that you sent out on the 3rd. You were making the assumption that the emergency exists, but it wasn't in response to Senate Bill 88. And one of the things I'd also like to talk about is that if you have a water master service already, it would be redundant to have a reporting mechanism again, because we already pay for the water master, and then we pay for the monitoring at the same time. So I think the board needs to look at that issue. The other issue I have is on private property, because some diversions are not on the same property which you own, and I'm unclear whether I have any access to that, any modification abilities or not. I might have a prescriptive easement to receive water across somebody's property and use a head gate or something, but I have absolutely no authority to go in and say I'm going to go put up a power pole or modify something or do anything like that. So I think they need to look at that. Then also the board is saying that you will require, or the legislation is requiring, that you need reasonable access. I can't grant you that either unless you're using the access in the stream about how that's going to happen if it's on a property that I don't own. And I guess if the requirement is to mitigate the fact that you have a supply problem, monitoring a supply problem with the diversions, why the board has taken the position, if you will, to implement Senate Bill 88, when in fact, if you were working under the emergency declarations that the governor has had, why not just tell everybody you're going to put in a meter and let the burden be on the board? There's funds available for it. We've had the bond fund. There's the WET program, which has exactly the same funding in it for irrigation and monitoring. And all of these funds are available. And you wouldn't have a problem dealing with any property owner because the emergency regulations has police powers. So you go and put these things in wherever you want. And then it would be, as I look at it as a longtime ranching family, the state made a deal with us that they would supply water. And now we have a water master, and I certainly understand if the flow is low, we don't get all the water that we're entitled to. But that same kind of concept can be from a supply standpoint. The state supplies these meters and they monitor them so they can fulfill their public trust information or obligation to the people of the state of California. And you have to not only monitor the diversions, you need to monitor the flows in the watersheds and the subwatersheds. So that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gary, followed by Steve, followed by Bill.
I guess it's appropriate to say good afternoon now. My name's Gary Keeneland. I'm with MBK Engineers. We represent numerous water right holders throughout the state of California. We've got extensive experience in both water rights measurement, water right reporting. We did submit a comment letter this morning, and I also would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide some additional comments here. I want to thank staff. We've been involved in numerous of the meetings and discussions on this regulation. One of the things I wanted to mention here, it was interesting, Kathy brought up the number of water rights that would be affected by this regulation. I've been curious about that. I haven't had the ability or the time to go back and try to do those counts myself, so I appreciate that, Kathy. I would point out, though, that number, which I think is in the range of 10 to 11,000 water rights, that's a small fraction of the number of diversions we're actually talking about, because many of those water rights, especially the larger ones, can have multiple points of diversion. That's going to result in numerous certifications, numerous devices, and/or methodology. So I just want to point that out. Another thing that was mentioned earlier was, and I think this gets into the larger ones in the telemetry, there was discussion of 50% of the median flow as being one of the requirements. It's not clear in the regulation how that would be determined, who would make that determination, and how that would be communicated to the water users, the water right holders out there. I think that's something that should be addressed somewhere. Many of the thoughts I had and were covered are covered in our comment letter have been addressed here today, and I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on those. I will reiterate that the July 1 deadline, I think, for installation and certification of measuring devices is going to be a challenge for a lot of folks. There's even those that have measuring devices in place, they may not have the recording equipment. Certifications are going to be an issue. By the time this regulation is adopted and we have the final information on what is actually going to be required, there's going to be a little over 5 months for folks to get to comply. In some cases, permitting will be required to go in and retrofit structures. It is going to be a challenge. I recognize that the regulation also allows for requests for extensions of time, but for the number of requests for extension that you may receive between now and July, that's going to add added effort not only to the water users but to state staff to look at, review, and respond to those requests for extensions. Another issue on the extension of time, the regulation identifies or limits the extension that can be authorized by the deputy director to 24 months. That seems a little tight, particularly if we have to, if you're looking at permitting processes that are not within the purview of the water user. It would seem that perhaps taking that 24-month limitation out of that part of the regulation and leaving it to the deputy director's discretion might be appropriate. Lastly, I would talk about the staggered reporting. We've heard a lot about that. The onus on the water users, permittees and license holders to report provisional data and then final data. I also note that sections, I believe, 925 and 921 of this proposed regulation changes the reporting requirements not only by by water right, but in these complex, but also to report by point of diversion. So in some of these complex systems where you have multiple points of diversion, multiple water rights that all overlap, where we're currently analyzing and trying to account for water under individual water rights, now we're going to also have to identify how much water under what water right at each point of diversion. I don't know how staff is going to, or how that data would be useful, how it would be used. but that's going to add a tremendous level of complexity to the analysis. And again, that 3-month period is going to be more than a challenge, particularly if it has to be done multiple times each year. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve and Bill Gaines, and if you can come up, then you can, we don't have to wait for people to walk. Bill and then Joe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, board members. Thanks for this opportunity to share some of my concerns. My name is Steve Mello. I'm president of Mello Farms, Inc., which is a family-owned farming company. I'm president of Reclamation District 563, which is responsible for maintaining the levees and the drainage system that protect and drain my grounds. And I'm chairman of the North Delta Water Agency. Mello Farms has water rights dating back to 1868 and 1872, depending upon which ranch you're looking at. And we're also in the sphere of influence of the North Delta Water Agency, which has an overriding contract with the Department of Water Resources for supplying a dependable supply of adequate quantity of stipulated quality for on-site use. Mello Farms has 11 diversions in the Delta, and most of my diversions are siphons with no electricity available. This would necessitate using photovoltaics to power any systems for my reporting, which is going to really push up my costs. I live in a rural area with very few residents and very little law enforcement presence. Whatever measuring devices that I install will surely be stolen on a regular basis, despite any security measures I take. At my reclamation districts, we're having trouble with pump components being stolen. We put safes around the components. The thieves rip the back of the building off to get to them. So security is going to be a big issue, and it's going to be very tough to keep this stuff functioning. The cost of monitoring devices may cause me to consolidate my diversions, and to do this will call for applying for and receiving 404 and possibly 408 permits, which is going to take a heck of a lot of time and a lot of cost. There are also unintended consequences that would have been discussed if SB 88 was not pushed through as a budget rider bill in the middle of the night, but was discussed as it should be, I believe. Mello Farms has been working 20 years to allow our irrigation to be done using solely gravity flows. This has reduced the diversion quantity and eliminated diesel pumps and the resulting air emissions at the farm level. This also reduces tailwater coming from the irrigated fields that Reclamation District 563 must pump out of the drainage system. This also reduces air emission. Mello Farms has employed wildlife-friendly farming practices going back to the 1950s when my dad got a break and got away from being a foreman and started leasing his own ground and ultimately started buying some property. This entails flooding. This wildlife-friendly farming practices entails flooding for migratory waterfowl, which include endangered species such as the greater sandhill crane. The flooding also has societal benefits in that it reduces aerobic decomposition of organic soil, reduces chemical use, and reduces tractor passes that reduce air emissions. To accomplish desired water depths for the migratory waterfowl, multiple diversions are required. Consolidating diversions will degrade the habitat for migratory waterfowl flooding timing-wise and depth-wise. And migratory waterfowl, which are, by the way, protected by an international treaty between the United States, Canada, and Mexico. I'd like to point out that any water that is diverted onto my land that is not used by crops is returned along with rainfall and the seepage from the rivers that surround the island back in the McComey River, and it's available for reuse. And that water has been tested and is of very good water quality. Thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you. Bill? Followed by Joe, and finally Todd.
Madam Chair, members of the board, staff, my name is Bill Gaines. I'm with Gaines & Associates, and I'm here today to talk on behalf of the Sassoon Resource Conservation District. You heard their Executive Director, Steve Chappell, make a few comments just a few minutes ago. Wanted to give you a little bit of history of wetland loss in California. As you may know, California has lost nearly 95% of its historic wetlands due to significant changes in the natural hydrology of the state. As a result, experts estimate that about 50% of California's threatened and endangered species are in some way wetland dependent. clearly the wetland loss is the largest habitat type loss that this state has suffered. In response to that, there has been a significant effort, of which the Sassoon Marsh is a big part of, to restore California's seasonal wetlands, but they have to be artificially irrigated and intensely managed to do so. The Sassoon Marsh in the far western reaches of the Delta is an ecologically important area, managed largely by private landowners, about 55,000 acres total, managed largely by private landowners to recreate marsh vegetation. Managed year-round and managed in strict accordance with management plans that are co-written with the Department of Fish and Wildlife and sometimes the Fish and Wildlife Service as well. These lands are different. Most of them are on private ownership. They are on the public tax rolls. The restoration and maintenance efforts there are paid for out of the private pocketbook, and all of that is done with literally no revenue coming in from the sale of crops or other land uses, but rather done out of the concern for the wetland loss in our state. The cost of strict compliance with Senate Bill 88 and the draft document that is out now would in large ways result in the loss of some of these lands due to the significant cost of doing so. Why is the marsh different? It's brackish, as you heard Steve mention. The water there can't or won't be used for any other uses. They are just on the cusp of the San Francisco Bay Area where the SB 88 requirements don't even apply for obvious reasons because of the brackish nature. They're tidal. The devices that would be put in place if there were strict compliance would have difficulty in the tidal arena, not to mention the brackish arena, which is very, very rough on devices like that. The water is not consumed. It's held on those lands, oftentimes providing significant water quality benefits to it, and then released at the end of the year in accordance with the management plan. And finally, the Sassoon Marsh and the Sassoon Resource Conservation District works very, very closely with the Department of Water Resources, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, Corps of Engineers, Department of Fish and Wildlife, and other agencies in the cooperative manage and use of those lands. Tremendous oversight and tremendous coordination in the management of those lands. Frankly, I think as Steve mentioned, I don't really understand the benefit of requiring the Sassoon Marsh landowners to adhere to the SB 88 requirements. I don't see how that would benefit the rest of the Central Valley or the other water users in any way. Further, it's an ecologically sensitive area where special permitting and environmental documentation is required for all the work that is done out there, and the delays associated with that would likely have significant environmental impacts to the species that depend upon those lands. SB 88 in the draft doesn't really consider land use or brackish or tidal waters, but it does consider some type of special exemptions, if you will, or alternative measuring methods, if you will, for public trust resources. I think the Sassoon Marsh clearly qualifies as a public trust area where the water is diverted for public trust benefits. If those private landowners don't do it, the state would have to pick up the slack on the public tax dollar, and that's not something I don't think anybody in this room would like to see. It's a unique area. It's a unique region, as Steve mentioned, and we urge the board to direct the staff to work with us on finding a reasonable alternative measuring method in the marsh so that we can continue to provide those wetlands for the benefit of waterfowl and a variety of threatened and endangered species. Thank you.
Joe and then Todd.
Good afternoon. PG&E would like to, is especially grateful that we have the opportunity to participate, and also all the others who have been able to come and help you to make sure that these regulations that are being made are going to be effective and useful. I'd like to address two different issues. First, the annual reporting. I have two comments regarding the annual reporting. One is on the new time limit for submitting the reports. Right now, PG&E struggles with, we have about 250 water rights that we report on. In order to make sure that we're not double counting data, we run very complicated spreadsheets, collect the data to make sure that what we're reporting for each water right is correct and accurate. It's a very difficult process. Part of that difficulty is some of the data from especially from upstream reservoirs that are high elevation, we have no access to these reservoirs to obtain the data for the last few months of the year, especially November, December, because they're completely snowbound. There's no access to them. We can't put in telemetry because it'll be covered by the snow, and we can't build it on protected Forest Service land. And so this information often isn't available till May or June. In the dry years we've just had, we've been able to make the reports on time because we were able to get in. In an average or wet year, that information just isn't available. A second item I'd like to report is what Mr. Keeneland reported on, is we, PG&E went to great expense to make sure every diversion is now gauged, every water right is now gauged. And we spent approximately $15 million over the last, $5 million over the last 5 years doing that. And I went through a lot of trouble to do so. If we now have to go back and put gauges on every diversion for each water right, that will be a very onerous task. There's no way we'll be able to do it in the short time period allotted. In some places, we may not even be allowed on other people's land where we don't have an easement or on protected lands. So that's something that's a very concern to us. We would much prefer that we only have to make the annual reports based on the licenses or permits as opposed to each individual point of diversion within a license. Moving to the new reporting requirements when there's insufficient supply. In the table we have up here, I notice there's diversion quantities of say 1,000 acre feet annually. My quick question is that based on theoretical maximum per the license, or is that based on some estimate of actual use?
For licenses, it's face value.
Face value, thank you. Regarding telemetry could be a real big problem when you're in very, very remote areas. And we may not even have the ability to build the stations that would be necessary to bring in the fuel sources to run the stations. That's something we would prefer not to see mandated. Some of our sites, we do have telemetry where we have been able to do so, but other sites, it's going to be very problematic trying to get the telemetry in. Also, another thing, we agree with the gentleman earlier who spoke on behalf of hydroelectric diversions where there's no consumptive use and the water is returned to the same stream again. We have places where we'll use the same water over and over 5, 6, 7 times, and reporting each one of those diversions I don't think would have any value to the water board in determining whether there's sufficient amount of water. On the other hand, storage diversions, of course, that kind of information is necessary. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the last one. Good afternoon. My name's Todd Manley. I'm with the Northern California Water Association, and I appreciate this opportunity to take your time and provide some comments today. I will be brief, but just to start off, I would like to join others earlier that have complimented staff, and we really do appreciate the effort underway to develop the proposed regulation and the numerous efforts for outreach, and that is just what we think is the proper way to go about developing something like this. When we're looking at this proposed regulation, I mean, the goal, but also the challenge is developing something that's implementable statewide. And I think that it's something that when we're looking at it from a regulatory standpoint and being regulatory entities, there's such a diversity of water delivery systems throughout the state. And as you are well aware, the challenge is to develop something that's going to work in each one of these instances. And so having this collaborative approach is really allowing for bringing the right levels of expertise as well as the folks with the practical knowledge on the ground into the process. And as we know, with any difficult decision and with any very detailed process such as this, that's something that's really important to get that input. And so I appreciate you guys making the effort to do that. We look forward to continuing to work with you on this to further refine this. We did submit comments earlier this morning. They echo those of MBK engineers that Gary did provide an overview of earlier, so I won't go into any detail on those. But with that being said, we look forward to working with staff, continuing to improve this regulation and hopefully develop something that's going to work not only in the Sacramento Valley, but also throughout the state. While I do still have a little bit of time left, I also would like to take the opportunity to thank you for both the board and staff for the lifting of Term 91 earlier this week. This is something I think in the Sacramento Valley we really do appreciate. It's hopefully going to allow water managers in the region to apply more water out for the Pacific Flyway this winter, which is something that's in desperate need this year. With the drought, the ongoing drought, it's been something that's been a real struggle is getting that habitat on the ground. So with that, I do thank you very much for this, for that lifting, and it is going to bear results, and it has already. The water that is out on the ground, I'll put a little plug in. If you haven't already, boy, now's the time, head up into the valley. It's incredible, the shorebirds, the waterfowl, the raptors that are present in the region. It's truly just awe-inspiring. So thank you for your efforts that have made that possible, and thank you.
I think a field trip is in order. Clearly, you all have done a fabulous job. What are some of the highlights that you would like for them to focus on as we move forward?
Thank you, Vice Chair Spivey-Weber. And I'll start off with a couple things, and I want to allow my fellow board members to weigh in. You're probably thinking a lot of the same thoughts, so I won't cover everything. First, I'd like to thank everyone for spending your time working with our staff ahead of this, but also for your personal time today. You've traveled from far. I've been keeping track. We've got Bridgeport, Siskiyou County, Calaveras County, and I don't mean to leave anyone else out. We got east of the Sierra, LA, DWP as well. This affects everyone in the state, and we're sensitive to that, and we really want to appreciate everyone taking your personal time to invest in this discussion. It's not trivial. So I'll just cover a couple issues that seem to come up in my review of the comments as well as today's comments. And I was interested, and you don't have to necessarily provide responses right now, but just some food for thought. But some commenters mentioned the issue of hourly measurements and how useful that would be. As we scale, put together this matrix that everyone's looking at right now. I see that as a starting point for discussion, but I'm not clear on the accounting that you do in the day-to-day work, how that translates into something that's useful for you or the locals in managing things. So I want us to have an answer for that. It was briefly touched on, but I'd like for us to provide a proper context for folks about what other states are doing. I think of the state of Colorado, but what other water users comply with in other states where they're further along on accounting for water diversions, and really just building on lessons learned from those other settings. Because I always like to remind folks, California has a continental level of diversity compared to other states. So, there might be parts of other states that work in parts of California, and I don't mean to paint a big broad brush. But I think that will help illustrate some examples of where we want to get to as we heard about all these different settings and how the challenge is different in the Delta versus the mountains versus the valley and that sort of thing. I think we want to be clear on the scale of effort needed for non-consumptive use of water and those diversions and how we're going to handle that and what kind of flexibility and reporting we want to offer. Because obviously it affects timing, I would submit, in some settings, depending on how large the watershed is and how large the non-consumptive use is. So if we can have some answers to those questions. And clarifying in those areas where they're for wildlife habitat and the brackish settings, I think it's worth responding to. And I found compelling the comment about using and teaming with water masters, and I'd like you to give some examples there of thinking that you have on example, and then the issue of grandfathering in advancements that have been made since the 2009 legislation. We do want to recognize those investments and not have to create large expenditures if we're getting the level of information that is useful for us and the local water masters and the local water management folks. So those are just some thoughts. There's more, but I want to give my fellow board members a chance to. And if they don't cover it, I'll come back to it. Thanks.
Thank you for that comprehensive list. First, I would also like to thank staff and Ms. Moroka. I have to tell you that this is one of the best staff presentations I think I've heard. Very, very thorough, and I appreciated that you mentioned the stakeholders who participated in the outreach effort and how their input were incorporated in the staff proposal. Really, truly excellent. I think Member Moore listed many of the issues that caught my attention, so I will not repeat them, but I will mention one other one, and that is the issue of the alternative compliance approach. I was intrigued by, I don't know if he's still here, Kirk's suggestions, and you know that I'm all about efficiency, but I don't know that it's possible to, I mean, it's walking that line about, developing an option for alternative compliance that is as flexible as possible, yet still attain compliance, yet don't, lock us in. So it's a really fine line. So I appreciate the comment. I also appreciate Ms. Morris's comment about, again, being as tight as possible as well. So I just flagged this, I think, as a challenge. I'm sure you know already that I would like to follow up with you on. I do want to ensure that the alternative compliance feature has some flexibility, yet is as clear and tight as possible. And I don't have a very good suggestion right now on how to do it, but that's one of the areas that I will be follow up with you on.
And I appreciate that compliment. Thanks.
Well, you're going to hear another compliment, so thank you all, the whole team. I was at several of the stakeholder meetings, and what strikes me is just the simplicity with which you, explained this, rolled it out, and tried to put it in real-world terms for people to understand. So I think that goes a long way, and that's in large part why we don't have to be in a spillover room today, because I think it could have been much worse. So I concur with the flags that my fellow board members have already noted, and just want to add that on the issue of alternative compliance, there's that tension that we always have on flexibility. The most flexibility as possible is always good to provide for staff to be nimble and be able to address many of the examples that were raised today, and there's probably a lot more. But then on the other hand, getting as much compliance as possible and providing for transparency. And I don't really know where I would fall on this. I like Stephanie Morris's suggestion. I know there's not a lot of time to do this, but maybe to pull together a technical group, and if not a technical group, just some way to get some additional good thinking around this idea of alternative compliance. I can understand if I were a rancher or a landowner with some unique situation, feeling a lot of angst, not really knowing what the future is going to look like. And then on my second comment, the angst with regard to cost. And I know we're in a very different world now on cost. The bar is a lot higher on infeasibility that we're trying to go with this regulation, and I think that's for good reason. But at the same time, I'd like to have a better sense of cost. And I've been at those workshops, and despite being out there and being out on the ground, there is such a range of what it will take to come into compliance. And of course, you know, oftentimes when there's something new that people have to deal with, they look at the worst case scenario. I'd like to get a better sense of what the range would be on cost, or at least some examples on examples of how someone could come into compliance and to get an idea on cost. Because then looking at this chart and triggers, that would really help me to determine how comfortable I feel about these triggers and additional requirements such as, you know, engineering certification, that sort of thing. Just need more information. And then on the issue of the measuring device, I think we had a comment about that you shouldn't have to prove up the measurement method. And just like to have a little more dialogue on that. I don't know how detailed we want to get in this evaluation, and it just strikes me, my colleagues, my former colleagues are next door over at ARB, and a device that we used oftentimes was just put out a standard, and then you meet that standard. So if we have a standard on accuracy, let's let the good thinking take place and see whatever it takes. People are going to go to the most cost-effective method, the one that works the best for them. So I don't know that I'm necessarily in that camp, but I would like to have further dialogue on that. It might just make it easier all the way around. And I look at what would be involved with staff's evaluation on this issue. And again, just kind of getting back to the alternative compliance, another issue that's going to take up a lot of staff time. And I think there's, you know, probably a lot of good thinking on the outside that we could benefit from. And then the last thing that I would just say is I'd like to hear for a few moments, if my board members would indulge, I'd like to hear from our water master, because I know he was at a lot of these meetings, if not all, and he usually has some pretty good ideas.
Well, I'll be very brief. Thank you for the opportunity. I think it's clear to all of us that the implementation of SB 88 is a real turning point. It's a place that we've needed to go to get better information, and I've been very pleased to be involved in these outreach efforts. I think we have been able to craft a set of regulations that make sense. We've heard some good suggestions today that I think we'll want to weave in to some changes, and I will say that even since the draft regulations were put up for outside comment, we've gotten a lot of comment as staff. We've discussed a lot of that. Some of what we've heard today, we've already thought through how we might incorporate that information. So I think we will see some of these issues reflected in the next draft. One of the things that I've heard, not only in your responses, but in listening today, is that we've got to be careful not to let the exception process overwhelm what we're trying to do here. And it seems to me that we want to look at some common circumstances and see if we can come up with some common responses to that. And the suggestion of some technical groups, I think we've had a lot of technical input already. I think focusing some of that technical input on the exception process would be very useful. And finally, I guess I think we want to encourage experimentation without losing sight of the basic need for compliance, for better information, et cetera. So I'm pretty encouraged not only by how far we've come, but the additional suggestions that we've gotten today. And I think we're going to get there. I do think we need to focus some more on some of these thresholds and some of the time frames that we're going to, how we're going to stagger implementation. But again, I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is a really important turning point. And I think we didn't have any pitchforks and axe handles coming out today, so I think we've gotten some insight from the regulatory community, and we've heard a lot of support for this important initiative. Thanks for the opportunity.
One quick thing. Those of you who know me know that I'm not one for effusive praises, but this seems to be the day. Since the Delta Water Master is up here, let me just take a moment and say, I've said this to him personally, but I wanted to say it publicly, that I've truly appreciated how he's stepped into the role. And one of the things that we talked about when we made the appointment was our hope, expectation that the Delta Water Master Office would integrate more with the Division of Water Rights and would become a partner with the rest of the board and the other organizations. And I think we saw that happening this year under your leadership. So thank you. You've done a great job, and very pleased to have you part of the team.
Ditto.
Ditto. Steve, do you have anything more?
I think you all have covered it very well, and I appreciate the Delta Water Master's comments on alternate compliance and that challenge and trying to hit that, right? Yeah, just, from a kind of my engineering standpoint, I want everyone to recognize that I did a quick calculation and looked at the existing water rights and the volumes, that we're dealing with, and want to acknowledge that in some settings, the larger diversions might make the smaller diverters really in a noise to signal situation. And I think, we need to have some recognition of that as we go watershed by watershed. So on that key question that is in the legislation about, is 10 acre feet the right floor, or is 25 acre feet, or maybe some other value, I think we need to have open minds. That will really depend on watershed specific, what the distribution, of different size diversions are in a specific setting. So I think, we need to be working with water masters where they're in existence, and looking at the significance of these diversions and the timing of them when we really whittle down and come up with the exceptions to that blanket rule of 10 acre feet. In some areas, it may matter at certain times, like some of the work we're doing in the Russian River these days. It seems like that could come up with many 10 acre feet diversions, whereas in other watersheds it wouldn't be as significant. So I want folks to just know that we're aware of it here, and our staff is aware of that issue. We've talked about it, and it's an important consideration. And I think I'll leave it with that. I just really want to thank everyone for an elevated discourse on this issue. Thank you for recognizing the challenge that the state has, and being a participant in trying to solve this issue, and it will benefit future generations. I'm convinced of that. Thank you.
And I have just three. One is the person who has water rights. He's a farmer. He has water rights. Some are large and some are small. Would fall into the lower categories. And so, what is he going to do? And so, I think we need to be clear as to what should happen in those situations. I think possibly giving Tom Howard the flexibility to make a case-by-case decision should at least be considered. And the reason I say that is because I think LADWP may fall into that case-by-case consideration. It's, as you know very well, Kathy, it's a giant system, and not everything about it is going to be as useful to this overall goal as some pieces of it. And so LADWP, once again, is different. And so I think we need to give some special attention to them.
I do want to mention that I had a private conversation with LA while they were here today. I've got a good idea what their issue is, and so the team will ferret out that issue and bring forward suggestions on that issue.
And my compliments as well for the great work that was done here. And I hope we will start to be on par with most of the rest of the country, and maybe get beyond the rest of the country, And I think it's a key, this is a key to water marketing, to a lot of the efforts that we're going to need in the future. And I will be contacting the PUC about their work on the telemetry issue and let them know what our deadlines are on this, because I think they're moving in that direction to make it more, the capacity to do telemetry more widespread, if not completely covering the state. Thank you. Are we having a closed session? Then we are adjourned. Thank you.